There was a man who dwelt alone. As day and night went past, he sat as still as carven stone, and yet no shadow cast. The white owls perched upon his head beneath the winter moon. They wiped their beaks and thought him dead under the stars of June. There came a lady clad in gray, in the twilight shining. One moment she would stand and stay, her hair with flowers entwining. He woke as had he sprung a stone, and broke the spell that bound him. He clasped her fast, both flesh and bone, and wrapped around him. There nevermore she walks her ways by sun or moon or star. She dwells below where neither days nor any nights there are. But once a year, when caverns yawn and hidden things awake, they dance together then till dawn, and still a single shadow make. When Radagast the Brown discovered this last piece of lore, everything became clear to him, in a way that could only become clear to the brown wizard of the creatures of all fourths of Middle-earth. And he took the birds, and he spoke to them, and he whispered to them, and he sent them to every corner, to every kingdom, to every ally that he had, to Gondor, to Rohan, to the Dunedain, even to the free folk of Bree, so far away. And he asked for help. He asked for people who could do this thing, for people who were not corrupted, for people who would want to fight against the shadow. And these people were sent. And so, one by one, or in the case of one of you as a pair, you gather at a Ros Gobel. That is where Radagast the Brown has made his stead in southern Mirkwood, far away from some of you and closer for others. The first people to arrive are people who are trained to travel, people who have been doing this their entire lives, people who are rode with kings. What are two riders of Rohan, starting with Barker, as you two enter into Mirkwood? Introduce your characters, tell me a little of your travels, and what your interactions with each other is.
So I'm just going to start winging this, Jake, and then I'll throw it to you. You see the white patch of short hair on the nose of Felaroth, a maiden horse of Rohan, while her rider Hama, son of Rethel of the Westfold, might be more seasoned in his travels. This is Felaroth's first journey since the fate of his last horse. He takes a drink of the last bit of dew that resides at the bottom of his drinking horn that he collected probably an entire day earlier, what seems like, and he's reminded to keep his eyes out for another source of water, and turns to his companion to his right over his shoulder and shakes the drinking horn as if to signal to his companion that they should probably look for a spring hereby soon.
The next rider that you see trailing behind is Eomund, son of Raelhar, riding on his horse Hasarim. And he too tips his drinking horn in acknowledgement, not even tipping it to his lips, just tipping it to show that it's gone. For as you know, my voice is hoarse because I've been regaling you with my interpretations of various children's stories and folklore that you've heard time and again from Ailmond. And so I don't even speak. I just nod and kind of, and perhaps I imagine you're a bit thankful that I've finally seemed to have lost my voice.
And actually, that's precisely what what Hama says as he chuckles, kind of spewing the last bit of dew along the pursed lips of his graying beard around his mouth. And he says, Eoman, what's that? You have nothing to say? After all this time, I never thought something would surprise me more. Ha! I have seen everything. Perhaps I have no time yet before hearth and home.
I'll find my voice yet. First of spring. And Ailmond is much younger, probably in his late 20s, early 30s. Very jovial, the body of a fighter, but he spends most of his time riding and spinning tales.
And with the two of you looking for the spring, you find something both expected and unexpected. The house itself is built, it almost it looks like, into the tree, or maybe it surrounds the tree, sort of like roots. You see what is known as Roscoe Bell, again, the home of Radagast the Brown. And from within it, this massive oak just spreads from the roof, its boughs and its branches and the canopy of the forest around it, just kind of darkening the rest of the forest. You see the animals here are in abundance, actually. You see rabbits and hedgehogs and birds and stranger things still, things you wouldn't see really in any other forest, especially from Rohan. As you all approach, what do you two do when you see the home of this wizard?
Ailmond seems to and seems to suddenly find his voice again. See, Hama, it's just as I told you of the tales of Farinrar and the animal children of the wild brought to life.
Begins responding and smiling a bit, but he interrupts himself to say, whoa, Felaroth. But Felaroth continues walking towards this wizard's home as if it has arrived home. And whoa, and he even jumps off of Felaroth and stands in front of the horse and tries to stop her from continuing into this structure or whatnot. And I'll do everything I can to kind of keep her from moving forward any more than that.
And Ailmond simply, as you do this, I kind of flip my leg around, spin around, so I'm sitting on Hasaram backwards, watching you, kind of prop my chin on my fist. Just let her be.
And as you're sitting there and watching this and laughing at it, you're not the only one watching this. You're not the only member of this audience. Throndir the North, you've traveled a long way, as Dunedain often do. You finally made it to Mirkwood. What is your character like? How has his travel been? And what is his reaction to this weird sight in front of this wizard's home?
Throndir is well-traveled, both in appearance and smell at this point. He has taken himself not to the animals, but there's a small patch of herbs, nothing too fancy, but he was able to find some red water lily inside there to collect. Amongst other things, different vegetables and things like that. He finds himself more preoccupied with taking care of the smaller creatures inside the garden, pulling a carrot for a rabbit that passes by, kind of biding his time nervously, unsure of when would be proper to enter the home, because seeing a wizard is something that is completely unheard of. It would be like speaking with a god. He stays to the back, and when he starts to hear kind of this jovial, loud sound from the front, he kind of squints his face for a moment, and he thinks, and he shakes the thought from his head. No, they wouldn't be from the Shadow. The Shadow wouldn't speak so frankly. They must be riders. And he begins to kind of turn around the building, and completely non-surprised, he sees the horse being kind of pulled back because there's obviously something going on with the animals of the area. And he'll approach, but not too close, knowing that these horses are worth more than a small kingdom in some cases. He'll throw up a hand towards the first rider who's upon the horse. Hail. And he's got an apple in the other hand, like he's intending to toss it to you.
Well met.
You too as well. Riders, I see. I've brought an apple for your horse from the garden. I'm Thorindir of the North.
Well met, Thorindir. I am Ailmund, son of Realhar.
Hama, son of Rethel. And Hama looks back to Felaroff and says, and this is Felaroff. She is behaving very interesting.
All of the animals seem to. I believe it is this place. And he'll toss the apple to you, hoping that maybe it will allow you to distract the animal from whatever enchantment seems to overcome it.
And Hama will catch it, and it will work like a charm. All of a sudden, the horse is distracted and just swallows up this bites of this apple. And Hama turns to you and says, "Many thanks, friend."
I had hoped it would work. The rabbits seem to have benefited from it. The principle is the same, only much larger.
Indeed.
And as you guys sit there talking and making each other acquaintance, someone else now is coming down the road. Someone who is later than you all, but for good reason. It's a man who is very well traveled and a man who has seen many nations in the world. If you would, please, go ahead and introduce your character, Barley. Tell us who you are, where you're traveling from, and how the traveling has been so far.
Barlaman Goatleaf of Bree doesn't have the luxury of a horse or a pack animal. It's just his boots, and his boots are well worn. The same boots he's been wearing for years, walking across Middle-earth to and fro on behalf of his lord, the Lord of Bree, negotiating trade pacts and things of that nature. Recently, though, his travels have taken him into darker lands, and a few times here and there he's come face to face with the growing shadow, and he's become very fearful of it and very reverent of it. His lord sent him here as he was the only one who would come face to face with this shadow. But he does not hold himself as someone who has seen the darkness. He announces his presence as he comes down the path, humming a jovial tune, smoking a pipe. He's approaching middle age, but he's very, very handsome for one of his kind. A very sort of kind face with sharp cheekbones, a dusting of beard on his face. His hair is unkempt and unwashed, but it sort of just lays perfectly across his shoulders. He has the ease of one who is just sort of naturally kind of attractive, but doesn't put a whole lot of effort into it. The dirt and grime on his face and at the hem of his cloak do not detract from his approachable appearance. He comes down the road, the same road that the Rohirrim rode down, puffing on his pipe. And as he realizes that the light is going out, he's sort of snuffing it with his thumb as he approaches. Oh there. I see I'm a bit late already. Well met. Name's Barley. You all here to see Radagast as well?
Yes. Met, forgive me. Thorindir.
And 2 Rohirrim. Someone's made their way to Radagast as well.
Hama looks up surprised at the word Rohirrim and says, "Oh, yes. My apologies. I'm a bit distracted." And you see him look to a very calm horse that seems to be nibbling on a bright red apple.
And at that, Aelmund, actually still facing backwards on his horse, just kind of leaps down, gives her a little swat on the behind, and lets her, contrary to what you were doing, move towards the other animals. Well met, Aelmund, son of Raelhar.
Aye, well met, all across. Does anyone know why we're here? The summons that were sent were a bit vague, but insistent.
Insistent enough for King Theoden himself to send us.
King Theoden? Well then, I am in good company. He's a good man.
Aye. Shown a lot of promise in his first bit of years as king.
Indeed he has, proven himself in battle.
Indeed. And you'll see a bright smile cross Hama's head as he moves over to formally introduce himself.
And Barley would take your hand and sort of give it a firm shake. You see that even though he's not wearing much in the way of arms or armor, you can see that there's sort of heavy leather under his traveling cloak, and there's a short bow sort of unstrung across his back. It almost looks like a walking stick since it's not strung up. And he has a couple of daggers on his belt as well. And as he grasps your hand and shakes it, he sort of takes the pipe from his mouth and says, "Well, let's hope your wizard has good news today."
Indeed, let's hope.
And then I imagine Aelmund approaches you, Barlaman, and kind of puts his arm around your shoulder. So tales of our king have reached your ears, but have you ever heard the story of the time? And it just kind of trails off as I walk you away and begin to regale you with one of our tales of our king.
You come in, Torstein, about midway through that tale, I would say. No one has yet to knock on the door of Radagast's house. Torstein, as you approach, a man of severity, a man of strength, and a man of experience, and you see these almost lollygagging men in front of this house just talking, Torstein. How do you react? Who are you? Where do you come from?
The others would see a man tall in stature, though still young in appearance. Even though he's traveled several days on the road, his appearance is almost impeccable. His traveling cloak of ochre that hangs loosely at his shoulders, trimmed finely with the fur of some exotic animal. He's not riding his horse. He's actually walking it along because he knows not what lies ahead, and he would want his horse to be ready for any challenge that might present itself. He doesn't have weapons. He's actually the only weapon is a broadsword that sits at his side. The others are bedecked across his horse. Gerda, her modded coat shining in the late evening sun as it begins to set. And so he looks on this scene. He laughs to himself. So these are the men I should travel with? And he almost instinctually reaches down and pulls the broadsword loose from its sheath. The only thing on him that doesn't look as though it's been purposely maintained, the sheath itself worn, the leather faded and marked with time. Oi! How goes it? Did I miss some jest? Or am I in the wrong place?
Barley sort of nods to the newcomer and says, "No, I think you're in the right place, especially since we've all arrived here at the same time. You received a summons from the old wizard.
Torsten slowly nods. A twinge just on the edge of his face, probably caught by the others, because he knows that actually he was not the one that was supposed to go. It's a secret that he's bared this long journey from the Dale. His father had meant to send his older brother, but Torsten had snuck away in the night, feeling that he was more worthy. Yes, I am. I am not introduced myself. I am Torsten, son of Torfinn. I am from the Dale. And where is it you all are from?
Barley of Bree. Pleased to meet you.
Bree. Jeez. That is quite a trek to get here.
He sort of looks down at the bottom of his boots, which are almost worn through. They'll need resoling soon. And he says, aye, bit of a walk.
Hama raises his voice and makes a joke, motioning towards his companion Aemond, and he says, I am Hama, and this is my brother, Aemond. As an obvious joke, seeing as Hama is clearly much older than Aemond, and it's obviously clear that he's not made this joke only one time. We hail from Edoras.
Yeah, Aemond simply laughs at that. Trying to outdo me with your tales. This will be fun.
Thorndeer.
I can't outdo you with my tales, so I have to stick with outdoing you with my looks.
Thorndeer kind of hesitates and looks around the north. Excuse me, Thorndeer of the North. It is a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to meet you all. Does anyone know why we are summoned? To see the brown wizard?
Barley sort of thumbs his pipe again, sort of stirring up the ashes. Not sure, but think I might give the old door a knock and see if he's home. And he'll sort of walk up to the door and do a very exaggerated, like 1 foot forward, take the hand back and go, doom, 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 doom. And then he'll kind of look back at his companions and just kind of like, let's see how this goes.
For a moment, there is silence. There is no answer. There's no voice. You don't hear any shuffling. And then something, you hear like a table move or maybe a chair or something strange like that inside. And then you hear some huffing and some hard breathing as if someone had just woken up. And then you hear from on the other side, get out of the way, Sebastian, we have guests over. And you hear someone move over to the door and try to open it, kind of like shaking it. And it's almost as if they locked themselves inside. And it lasts that way for another minute or so before whoever's on the other side of the door finally is able to get it open. You've heard of Gandalf the Grey, and you've heard of Saruman the White, both famous wizards, powerful, old men that carry with them charisma and grace. When Radagast the Brown opens his door, he is none of these things. His nose is bent this way as if it was a wind-blown oak itself. He has bird dung going down the side of his face. His hat is completely twisted like this. His beard is in tangles. His hair is in tangles. And his eyes. You've seen madmen with more sane eyes than the eyes of Radagast the Brown. But he looks at you as if everything is completely normal, as if this is a scene that was meant to happen. He says, oh, you finally made it. Is everybody else here? Oh, everyone's out here. Go ahead, come on in. We have much to talk about.
Barley sort of takes a step back as Radagast opens the door, sort of taking in the old wizard's appearance. And then he'll sort of look past him into the house, noting the disarray within. And he sort of takes his pipe and stamps out the ash and tucks it into the pocket of his jacket and says, Bottom and Goatleaf of Bree. And there's other men here, too, that have answered your summons. So Yeah, I guess we'll
So,
go in. I
come on,
can't
get
persuade you to
in.
come
I
out
see-
here, can I?
No, we need to talk about this in here. And I can see you need some more leaf. Sebastian, give him some more leaf. And if you look to the side, Burley, you're going to see this hedgehog kind of crawling through the cupboards and everything and picking up different leaves in its mouth and then putting them on the table by crawling over to it. As Radagast kind of pulls you in and with his free arm keeps kind of beckoning everyone else to come in as well.
As I'm sort of being ushered in, I sort of toss my companions a sort of a pleading look of like, please come in here with me. Don't let me do this alone.
Then go ahead.
Oh, Ailman would immediately kind of see your look, place a hand on your shoulder, give it kind of a squeeze, and just walk right in.
And Hama right after.
And Thorndor and Lionel.
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry. Torsten gives Gerda one last pat, kind of roughs just above her nose. The look on his face is of a man who's like, I believe I'm about to meet with a madman, but I've done crazier stuff. And he would follow the others in.
Thorndeer takes one kind of lingering look back outside, almost as if this may be the last time. And he grips a small sheet of paper that he's been holding inside his offhand there. With a slight crinkle, he takes the step past the threshold, kind of admitting that this may be it for him. Wizards are things not to be trifled with, to say the least.
All of your hesitations and the awkwardness and the caution you guys have, none of that is recognized by Radagast the Brown whatsoever. He's bustling around as you guys are coming in, talking the entire time. I didn't have time to get everything ready. I've been doing it's been a lot of reading lately. Wait 1 second. And he keeps coughing now. And he stops. He puts a hand on the table and he reaches with his other hand to his mouth. And he pulls out a small egg. He looks at it and says, and he takes off his hat, and the bird, you see a bird nest in his hair for some reason, explaining the dung on the side of his face. The bird lands, he puts the hat back on. Excuse me, you can here have some seats. I didn't have any time to really make anything to eat. So we have this, and he puts a plate on the table that he pulls from seemingly nowhere. It's covered in mushrooms. You've never seen any of these mushrooms. In fact, if any of you know anything about survival, you know these mushrooms are likely in some way poisonous or just not ready to be eaten like this. He says, now sit down, we have a lot to talk about. Now we have 2 men from Rohan, 1 man from the Dalus. We got the Bree here, that's good. Where's the Dunedain? Wait, is this everybody?
Afraid so. Yeah, he says as he dips his drinking horn into a barrel of ale.
I sent a bird to Gondor and to Bjorn and to the elves. Was there no one else on the roads when you came in? Did you all come as one? Did you just all meet right now?
Yes. Thorndeer looks completely taken back because I don't know if anyone else. Thorndeer doesn't know if anyone else caught it, but he clearly outed him as a Dunedain and does not know what to say at this point other than, sure, you're right.
Well, for goodness sake. Sebastian, go get the papers. And Sebastian begins to move again, and you see a whole bunch of other hedgehogs with him. And Radagast, he kind of leans against the table and he says, well, as you know, it's important, that you all came here, which is good. I trust that your leaders, they sent the best. I called here because I have discovered something important, something very, very important. Now, we have very little time. In fact, I wanted you all here maybe a week or more ago. So because you got here so late, we have to make this very quick. Do you understand? Yes, you understand. It's simple. I have found something important for the good war. And when he says that, he begins reaching into a cupboard and he pulls out a quill and ink and he puts it on the table. And you see that all the hedgehogs now, just as one group, are just pulling this huge scroll onto the table. They're struggling with it. Radagast the Brown doesn't help them whatsoever. And finally, it kind of is pulled up all the way with a clunk. And he reaches to it and he begins to unfold it and everything. And he says, now, I don't know how, are any of you familiar with witchcraft, magic, sorcery, any of that?
Surely not. I've seen, well, a friend of yours, Gandalf the Grey, comes through Bree, stays in the Prancing Pony. Sometimes he might show a trick or two, but nothing extravagant.
Oh, Gandalf.
See, I told you, Eamon. Nothing extravagant. See, our bet from last week. Here's the proof. They're not real tricks, are they?
Not real tricks. What are you talking? He has my
His
staff.
fireworks.
The
His
fireworks.
fireworks. That's not real magic.
The
That's
fireworks
tricks with light.
are unimportant. It's not tricks with light. It's just I don't know how he does it. He has my staff and he does things with fireworks. I don't understand it myself. I work with animals, as you can see. And he points to Sebastian.
No mere trick, Hama. I think this is more than a trick of the light.
I think this is a very unusually well-trained porcupine. And he pokes it, knowing that he called it the wrong name.
You say you poke at it?
Yeah, on his belly, if I can.
When you poke at it, he just rolls over and he begins just like lolling at the mouth and everything. It's enjoying the mess out of your pokes. And Marcus is like, Sebastian, get back to work. We need to get this all. Stop doing that. And he smacks your hand away. Hara. What's the name? Hara. There we go. I was right.
Hama is.
Hama. There we go.
Is my character.
He smacks your hand away, Hama, and he says, "Stop doing that. We have to. There is no time. This is important." And as the scroll is undone by the other hedgehogs, and it begins to roll out before all of you, and actually the other half of it just clearly falls off the table, thunks on the ground, and keeps on rolling. And you see all kinds of writings covering it, writings and illustrations and older things still, languages you might not even have ever heard of, let alone ever seen. And as they unroll, Radagast begins to just point at things, and he's huffing as if he's breathing very hard, and he looks up to you and he says, now you have to understand, I have found something important. Now, I haven't spoke to Saruman about this yet, or to Gandalf, or to anyone else other than you all, about what this exactly is, because it has to be kept secret. The agents are out there. The race are writing. The shadow is watching always. But this, I have found a beast that can consume the shadow. Something that can help us get through and perhaps bring an end to all of this. And he kind of just moves his hands just wildly through the air like a madman. And he looks to you and he says, to go find this beast. Now, I would go do myself, but I have other things I must attend to. You must understand, I am not a traveler. If you met with Gandalf, and he points to you, Bremen, if you met to Gandalf, then certainly he's told you this. I'm not equipped to go into the mines of Moria. And as you all know, the mines of Moria are one of the darkest places in all of Middle-earth. And when he says it as if it's nothing. And then he realizes what he just says, looks at you all again, and he says, you were told you would be going to the mines, correct?
There's a loud noise where Torstein is standing. He was trying, as Radagast was talking, to clean up a small area so that he might sit down. And the minute he mentions Moria, you hear this shattering of clay pots as he knocks things over. And he looks over his shoulder. He says, surely the fool Jess. Moria?
Thorndeer kind of speaks up. No wonder you walked up so gleefully. And he hands you the letter that he's been clasping on, and it's a copy of the original letter. Thorndeer was who the letter was intended to be written to. And in the scribbles of a madman, barely legible, you can see clearly indicating that that he has something that he requires help with in the mines. That's what I received.
Well, I'm hoping you all received the letter. Yes, I requested men who could not be corrupted or hard to be corrupted because you're going to a place filled with shadow. Now, did Theoden, you two, and he points to the two men from Rohan. Theoden gave you the letters, correct? He told you where you were going.
Did the letter say anything about Moria whatsoever?
It did, but it was the letter was so hard to read that it wouldn't be a shock if Theoden only got the gist of it being Radagast needs your help for something.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that Thorin was able to glean. Either is that Radagast needs your help in the mines.
And then Hama would look blank stared at Aemond as quizzically, as if to ask Aemond if he knew anything about the mines of Moria.
We received the letter, but no mention was made of Moria. Any tales that I've heard from there, well, very few tell those tales for the fear that they themselves are tainted. The words of the tales of the mines are tainted with shadow.
Yes.
So I'm ready to go.
And Radagast looks at you for a second, and he looks at you as if you're the madman, for saying that. And he shakes his head, and when he does, you just see leaves falling out of his hair. And he says, yes, well, things aren't so bad. Balin, I don't know if, well, none of you are dwarves. You don't know who Balin is. The dwarves have been trying to retake Moria, which is good. They will meet you when you get there and help guide you to where I think, where the beast that can consume shadow is. I will need you to find that beast and to bring it back to me. It is very important. If he can find this thing, it will save lives, it will save creatures, and I must save it. I think it is the last of its kind and the first of its kind as well. It is very important that you find it and you take it from the mines because it is not safe there. That makes sense, yes?
It makes sense in a wizardy sort of way. I'm an emissary of Bree. I do a lot of talking, and the bow on my back, it's not just for show. I know how to shoot it as well, but you have to understand, my lord, he didn't tell me anything about what this mission entailed. I don't think he could tell. Now we're going into the mines of Moria. Okay.
Yes, well, I understand it could be a lot to take in at once. Sometimes the seasons change. I don't know. Listen, I sent out a request for men who were brave, men who were strong, men who were good with pets. And maybe you're good with pets, so your lord thought you were good with pets. But I need someone who is good with animals and someone who is well walked through the world. Now, you have shoes that say you're well walked, yes? And he points to your super thin, as you said earlier, boots. And he continues saying, Moria it's not such a bad place. Right now you have dwarves who are fighting, you have orcs who are being killed, you have Durin's Bane. I don't know what it is, I haven't seen it myself, but you have Durin's Bane. To that. But regardless of what you run into, you were sent for a reason. And that reason is you're going to be good at what you do. Every bird flies at some point. And he just kind of shrugs his hands at that.
Well, when do we leave? And you hear that sentence said in between glugging of drinking down the ale from the drinking horn.
Good question. So, I am going that way. And he points the opposite direction. He's pointing east. Because there are things that way I must handle. I've been gathering all my supplies recently, so I can't go with you. All right? If I could go with you, things might be different, but I can't go with you, so you will be leaving tonight. In fact, the sooner the better. In fact, you can eat some mushrooms, But when this conversation finishes, I think it would be good if you would leave because this thing must be done quick. Now I know it's bad to leave at night, so I mean the shadow will be strong. It's ill omen, but I must go this way and you must go that way, and me and Sebastian have to go really quickly. So
I'm not one to go against the wishes of my lord, so if this is our task, then of course I'll see to it. That is as long as I'm not going alone.
Barley, surely you're not going alone. You know as well as I do that every great story begins with a gathering of folk. We are but the first pen stroke on the blank piece of parchment. Let's make words. And he kind of glances at Hama, realizing that's not the most eloquent speech he's ever made.
I hope once we get back outdoors, the allergies kick back in and your throat closes back up, my friend.
Jake, please take a point of inspiration for Let's Make Words.
All right.
Oh, I suppose I should tell you one thing. And he picks up a mushroom when he says that, and he begins eating it. And halfway through biting, he's sorry. And he reaches to his mouth again, and he pulls out a small insect, a cockroach, and he says, next time, watch where you put yourself. And he puts it on a table and looks back to you guys and continues saying, the beast that consumes shadow. Now, from what I think it is a wolf, a big wolf. There's not many wolves in the mines of Moria, as you would expect. So that's what you're looking for. I can't tell you much more about that other than a bit of story about it, which is, I don't really have time to tell you the whole story either, which is why I have this really big scroll for you. And he points to it, and he snaps his fingers, and the hedgehogs look at him annoyingly, and then they begin to rewind the scroll back up. And he says, you can take it and you can read it as you go. It may be helpful, it may not be helpful. But there was this that was able to locate the beast. Well, and he points to you guys. He takes off his hat and the bird chirps. And he puts it back on. That will be my adieu. Now, if you don't mind me, the rabbits are getting very impatient. And he kind of moves past you guys and he says, turning around, please don't stay too long. You'll see. And then Radagast just walks out, not answering any more questions. And then you guys hear a huge crashing sound. And if anyone is watching, you see this wizard get into a giant sleigh pulled by giant rabbits, taking him through the forest out of nowhere. A very nonsensical scene. Leaving you all alone in his abode.
Well, there's that. He just rode off. What do we make of this? What do we think?
I think we should leave this house.
I am no coward, but I don't know how the rest of you are. But that left little to be desired. He really told us nothing. Just go to Moria, find this wolf. It'll be fine. And
but he gave us this, and I would grab the rolled up parchment, and I would actually start to unroll it and see if I can make anything of it.
Make a lore check for me, if you would. Again, seeing DC 15.
All right.
I would definitely step up close. Torsten would definitely step up close and kind of look over your shoulder.
All right, so Ailment, you're able to read maybe one in every 3 or 4 words, which is a lot better than just anyone else who could read maybe one in every 30 or 40 words. As you keep reading, you kind of fill in the blanks. For some large sections, you can't quite understand. From other sections, you can understand. The gist you're able to pull out of it, the longer you spend reading it. Actually, how long would you spend reading it, Ailment? You just ignore everyone and just try to read the whole thing, or?
I think I would give it an initial glance, and I guess it just depends. If they continue to talk amongst themselves, then I would continue to read. But if they're kind of waiting for me to say something, I would scan it a lot quicker.
All right. And are you guys just going to continue talking amongst yourselves, or are you just kind of waiting to see what he has to say?
Waiting in anticipation.
Thorindir is making his way to the door. He does not trust the wizard to begin with, but he was warned about staying in the house, so he's going to leave.
Barley would sort of seeing Thorindir sort of get up and move out of the house pretty quickly. Barley kind of gets the sense that Thorindir's a guy who knows a lot more than he's letting on, and so Barley kind of gets up and like brushes off his jacket and sort of follows Thorindir out of the house.
So then, Ailman, you see everyone leaving. Assuming you go to follow them, you were able to kind of glean the following information where you catch the words wolf, and then soul, and then elf, and princess, and love. And that's about as far as you're able to kind of glean for now from your quick skimming of the scroll before you realize the only person still staying there with you is your comrade, Hollow.
Yeah, and I imagine as everybody's kind of heading out, I'm taking a step, reading some, taking another step, reading some, slowly moving toward the door, and then kind of looking up and seeing that everybody else is out and Hama is kind of standing there. I would just kind of start to head out the door with a puzzled look and say, "Do you know anything about werewolves?" And then roll the parchment back up and head out the door to join the rest of the companions.
I think Hama would let out, after a long moment, a snort and a chuckle as he dips his drinking horn back into the ale one last time, takes a sip, and he says, "No, my friend, but let's go learn about them."
And so with you two being the final members of your party step outside, you realize how different things are now. Things are actually too different. It's eerie, it's strange. Radagast, you couldn't have been speaking to him for too long. In fact, the meetings seemed really short. And yet it's night outside. An unnatural night, it feels like. It's cold, as if it wasn't summer, as if it was winter. The horses are whickering, and you can see the whites in their eyes. You can see that there's no more animals, there's no more rabbits, there's no more birds, there's no more porcupines, there's no more anything. In fact, when you two step out, you hear like a squee sound from Sebastian behind you. And then as one, all the hedgehogs just kind of close the door as if they're afraid of whatever's outside. Those of you who have traveled a lot, which is all of you, you know that when you are faced with a dark night, when you have to leave, you know that when you must travel through shadow and shade and darkness, it's not a good omen. It's a dark omen, an evil omen. It's an omen you're being watched. And that realization has now come over all of you as you step out of Radagast's house and stand preparing for your journey. What are you guys doing to get ready?
Barley is loading up his pipe. He takes the tobacco and tamps it into the pipe and lights it with a match, sort of taking the match out. And he takes a draw on the pipe and looks at his companions. "We shouldn't travel at night. It's not, especially in the Mirkwood. It's not a good idea. I know the wizard said we should set out, but in my experience, no."
Torsten turns to look at Barleyman. He's been just checking and rechecking the gear on his horse. Holding the reins, he turned, he says, "What would you have us do? We'll never get there if we never set out."
He's right. It is an ill omen. And Hama will actually hand out his pipe towards Barley, and he'll ask, "Is that the long bottom that I hear so much about from Edoras?"
Longbottom it is, yeah. and he sort of takes the pipe and he's sort of filling it, and he goes, "I just I make regular trips into the Shire, and bought this off of a group of hobbits, 4 hobbits actually." And he sort of loads the pipe up and hands it back to you, and he says, "Finest leaf in the land, I guarantee. If we are going to travel at night, this will make it pass a little bit easier."
Aye, and Hama lights it and takes a long pull, and breathing it out, he says, "Hobbits, real hobbits."
Aye, hobbits. There's a few of them that live in Bree, and once you get into the Shire, well, it's nothing but just hobbits left and right, crawling underfoot. They're kind people. Fairly brave people, but good luck getting them up doing anything.
I've traveled at night before. We should keep moving. Pipe smoke is fine, but there's no reason to continue standing here. And Thorndeer's going to pull a cloak out of his bag that's pretty well worn, kind of an ochre color, and pulls it tight on himself.
I think after a while, after we're walking through Mirkwood, there might be a moment where Thorndeer is ahead of the party, and I think Hama would speak to Torstein, but also to, everybody else, quietly as he can, as he looks up ahead at Thorndeer, and he'll say, "Aye, look at that man. Unless my eyes deceive me, he is one of the Dunedain. Tell me I'm wrong."
I did hear Radagast refer to him as a Dunedain. Never met one myself, not that I was aware of anyway.
How old do you think he is?
My lord tells me it's hard to tell. Looks like he might be in his 30s, but for all we know, he could be over 100 years old.
So it is true then, they age slower than most men. The old men of the north, the kings.
Aye, or they get to a certain age and they just stop aging. Live a lot longer than we do.
Yeah. Torsten would have this look upon his face, looking at Thorndeer with a whole new, with fresh eyes. Almost a look of awe.
They
Dunedain.
They say the secret to guessing their age is if you can get a moment to look deep into their eyes. That's where you'll get a sense of how old he truly is.
Oh, why don't you go right ahead, Eamon? Why don't you get a long look into his eyes right now, huh?
Yeah, you seem to be the bravest of us all.
Well, I'm just glad he's with us now. It's, we're going to need all the help we can get, I imagine. Having a Dunedain on the side, well, can't be a bad thing.
Aye.
So, as the traveling officially begins, as you guys embark on your journey, just for people watching, so that they can know, what roles does everyone end up taking within the party? From the scout, the guide, the lookout, and the hunter. And starting with Barker, so we'll start with Hama. Just so basically, tell me why you think Hama is taking that particular role that you're taking.
So I think Hama would be near wherever he'd be kind of central to everybody, and the reason why is he's very good at he's trained in the art of defense, and so he would be able to help others around him, but he'd want to keep everybody kind of close by. So I imagine I would be somewhere in the middle.
And so the role of the party you're looking for just for the journey roles and everything, would you be looking for scout, lookout?
Gotcha. I would probably, I'm assuming lookout would be near the front. So, I think someone else who understands all the roles should probably go first, and then I'll feel around.
So we'll move on to the next person. So then Thorndeer, what role would you be taking in the party? Art thou alive, Thorndeer?
Sorry. Thorndeer will be staying a little bit kind of off the road from the rest of the group, not any further ahead, but just kind of going through the woodlands, looking for small game. He's taken up the position of hunter.
All right, sounds good. Next we have Ailman. So Ailman, what position are you taking up at the party?
Ailman is at the front, keeping an eye on the trail, keeping his eyes further ahead for any dangers, riding just a bit further ahead than maybe some feel comfortable with, but enough that everybody's still in sight in the dark, encroaching darkness as Ailman scouts the path ahead of them.
Okay, so taking on scout. Next we have Torstein. What position are you taking?
Ever since he was a little boy, Torstein has always had keen eyes. As he travels with this group, even though he's talking with the others, never do his eyes rest in any one place for long, always darting around, checking the evening sky, checking the bushes to the side. He would be the lookout, looking for danger.
All right. And that comes to last but not least, Barley. What role have you taken up in the party?
Barlaman has neither the sharpest eyes nor the strongest martial capability, but he knows roads really well, and he knows routes, and he understands the changes in weather and terrain that one must understand to traverse Middle-earth. And so he is taking up the role of guide.
All right, then. So then, you've seen everyone take up their roles.
I said do me less. I didn't say do me not ever.
I'm doing you right now, Barker. If you let me do my narration,
Okay,
thank you
go ahead and do
very
your
much.
narration. You got it.
So as you all see Hama just evaporate out of nowhere, he reincarnates suddenly, now knowing what his role is. So having seen everyone take their roles up, Hama, what are you looking for? What was your role in the party?
That was the most BS filler crap I've ever heard in my life. No, that was beautiful. So Hama will he'll look down at Felaroff, and he will remember stories of horses that must be broken before they can show their true potential. And he'll look up at the younger Ailmond, and then look back down at Felaroff, and Ailmond again, who's scouting ahead. And then he will whisper to Felaroff, "Your kind and my kind, we're not so different, you know." And he will take a long pull again of the long bottom leaf as he surveys the dark, as he performs lookout duties from the center of the traveling party.
All right, so then 2 lookouts, which is good. And so the party moves on, and night becomes day, and day becomes nights, and it continues in that cycle again and again. And Barley was right. It was an ill omen. And you've been feeling that ill omen for every step of this journey. As you left Mirkwood, haunted by these ill omens and shadowed rumors, you journey through the eastern Nether Vale, which is where Barley is taking you through to get to the Mines of Moria. To many, it is seen as a beautiful expanse. Has gentle, sloping hills that descend into a green sea of rich grass, which soars against the great Winterland River far to the west. This is something else. The Vale is something different and darker. Game is scarce. The sky is never blue, it is always gray. Birds do not chirp, but at night you see that bats flutter about instead. When you do find something to hunt, Thorndeer, it is often afflicted with mange, or it is sick, or it is already dead by some ruined thing happening to it. It rains often too. These summer rains are cold, and they turn the grasslands into mudlands, and your boots all become mudlogged, and the horses have trouble trudging through. Your rations, for some reason, prove too light for your stomachs. And this is how time passes for many a day. As the only thing that keeps you all sane is the long bottom leaf that Barley has. Now, Barley, have you been sharing it with everyone or just keeping it between you and Hama?
No, I don't bogart it. I share it with everybody. Anyone who wants some long bottom leaf, I'm passing it around. I have like a small barrel of it sort of in my pack, and it's one of the, like, I have a handful of things that I carry with me to entertain people, basically. Like, I take people out for nice meals, like I schmooze, I get these deals and these trade negotiations going. So long bottom leaf, booze, stuff like that. I got a few of those in my pack.
He's got a suitcase of mason jars and pill bottles.
Yeah. No, anyone that wants some, I give them some, but I'm making sure to pack the pipes not too heavily. I want us to stay sharp. I don't want to fray the edges of our senses too much.
And does anyone here choose not to choose not to partake in the smoking of Long Bottom?
Yes, but Thorndeer, as a man who's traveled the road, he's learned to make do when he's hunting, because you can't really smoke a pipe and go hunt for game at the same time. It'll give away your position. He'll take some of the leaf and just shove it into his gums, and he'll try to get a little bit of the stimulus from that. Thorndeer is also an avid pipe smoker, but he's been so distracted by everything else that he really hasn't gotten in on it.
All right. But even chewing it is enough of effect, which is good. Because if it wasn't for the long bottom leaf, you all know that you would be at some stage or in some way completely miserable with this miserable journey so far. Even Ailmond, who is a man who has spoken so highly of all these stories, begin to even realize that this is not like the stories he often tells. And in fact, Ailmond, if you would like, is there a story that you know of that is comparable or similar to what you guys are going through? And if you're able to tell a story that you think would help lift the party, it will benefit you all on the journey ahead. Or is Ailmond just being defeated by the elements right now?
I think that Ailmond is getting the first sense that in his telling of tales, for he has grown up telling tales and hearing tales and retelling them, and he's focused a lot on the children's folklore of many different cultures through his own travels and other travels. And one of the reasons that the king chose him is because Ailmond can see the thread of the shadow that is the subtext of these tales. No matter how light and uplifting the story is, Ailmond knows that there is a thread of shadow woven through that. And what he's seeing now as they travel through Mirkwood is the whole cloth of that shadow rather than just the thread. And I imagine that he begins to tell the tale that he heard. It's a new tale that tells of a group of dwarves and a halfling moving through these very woods. A tale of bravery and suspense, of giant spiders and elves and dwarves and incredible escapes. But as he tells the story, I think Hama would notice that Ailmond has lost a bit of that jovial nature. There seems to be he almost stutters and stammers a bit, trying to find the right words. And that's something he never does. He's always quick to improvise a story where there never was a story before. And this is not. In fact, this would probably be one of the worst stories that Hama has heard. And Hama, you would have heard Ailman even practicing this tale because it is such a new one. But it's not that it's so new, it's that it's just the darkness.
Hama definitely gets that. Actually, judging by some of your introductions with other people, I don't know, maybe it might be we might be exchanging some glances, like, wondering if he's all right. But Hama looks up at the overcast sky, overcast like a blanket of shadow upon Middle Earth. He looks west and he sees just vaguely the misty mountains just reaching through the cushions of this pillowed sky, but uncomfortably, as if creating puncture wounds in heaven itself. And Hama will understand what's keeping Eomund from his stories. And he will actually, I think Hama would probably, as Eomund drifts off, begin singing a very soft song about Helm Hammerhand and the war against the Dunedain after they had captured Isengard for their own. So he just sings kind of an epic tale about that.
It's impossible to tell, whether it's the long bottom leaf, whether it's just the earnest efforts of Eomund, or whether it is the epic tale that Hama tells. But something happens. And for just a little while, the mud isn't so thick, the wind isn't so hard, the rain isn't so strong, and things seem to brighten up just enough to keep you all moving ahead. All of you, remove the one shadow point that you have as of right now, as you're able to just recover a bit of hope that you need to travel forward.
Dun, 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 dun.
And with Barker's soundtrack in the background playing, the camera pans over the Thorndeer. Thorndeer, what makes your vision begin? What triggers it?
You ask Thorndeer after the vision's over. He's not entirely certain what brings on these things. They sometimes come with the smoke, sometimes they come on their own. Part of the reason he wanted to avoid the smoke this evening is to avoid this very thing. It's a tradition, if you will, of his people. He's chewing on the leaf and tracking what he believes to be a small game, possibly a deer, young. And he sees it go through the trees, and it kind of starts melting into this background, and an unnatural light welcomes him as the vision starts.
Thorndeer, you see a bridge, and that bridge is surrounded by storm clouds, and those storm clouds are breathing lightning onto it and lighting the rope on fire, and dancing across that bridge is an elven woman, and she is screaming, and she is laughing, and she is crying, and she is hurting. And the bridge snaps, and she falls into the cloud, into a river that is rushing through her, and she's carried down, and it's her emotions still that same weird mix of laughing and crying and of pain and of happiness. And there's a shadow underneath her, the shadow of a wolf, and it picks her up, and everything begins to slow. And you see the droplets of water and dew and mist around you, and these droplets become leaves, and these leaves become trees, and now you're surrounded in a forest, Thorndeer, and you're looking around, and you see the woman, and you see the wolf, the shadow of the wolf inside of her shadow, and she is staring at you, she is staring through you, and you turn around, Thorndeer, and you see a queen of the elves staring at you, and she is wet as if she has been drowned, and she raises a ringed hand and says a word in Elvish, and then you are on the ground, Thorndeer, and you're in this massive hall, this great, ancient, massive hall, and you see in the distance a red light, and you can hear shouting and pain, and you turn back around and you see the wolf, and it is howling over the body of that elven woman. And then you blink again, and everything becomes dark and shadow, and then light, and then you wake up, Thorndeer, face first in the mud, lying in the grass of the vale.
kind of rolls over and just begins to slosh off this. It's that wet, sticky mud that just clings to your boots, and it's now just stuck to his face. He has to kind of dig in and pull it off. And with his one eye now exposed, he kind of starts looking for the others as he digs the other one out.
And I imagine it'd be one of the two lookouts who actually kind of sees you just kind of like disappearing for a second. And then another heartbeat passes where you're supposed to come out and then you don't come out. And we'll say it's Torstein. So Torstein, you see that Thorndeer has disappeared for a moment. And then he begins standing up, wobbly and weary, his face covered in mud. What do you do, Torstein?
Torstein immediately spurs Gerda forward up to Thorndeer. Is all well? You seem to have fallen. Are you well? And he would ask again, looking down on the Dunedain, looking, searching. Is he well? Because Torstein has not felt well for days.
I must be exhausted. We should look for live game. Trail rations play tricks on you after some time. Must have been a route that I tripped on. Something. He takes out some water and he washes off his face, which it seems to be clear. It's just covered in mud. Overall, he seems to be all right, and he checks over himself.
You have been pushing yourself hard. Maybe we should rest just for a short period. And Torstein would look around kind of nervously, still feeling uneasy, though Eilmund's story that he had shared, a story that he grew up listening and hearing from when he was a babe, having grown up in the Dale. He would look to the others. Shall we rest? I believe that we've been pushing ourselves too hard. We'll be useless if we are exhausted.
We don't have to rest. I can pull a little closer to the group. That way you can keep an eye on me. But I don't know that we should rest here.
So Torstein would just he would have like a critical eye on you for just a second, maybe measuring you. And then he just nods very curtly to you. As you would have it.
About a week passes. The camera is on a lonely hill overlooking the Great Borderlands River. Standing on that hill are two figures, one on horseback, one on not. One is Ailment, the rain and wind whipping across your face, whipping across your horse's body and its mane, his eyes again going kind of white with fear. The other person is you, Barley, the guide. And you see below you, Barley, the one bridge that can take you across the river. The one bridge you can take you for hundreds of miles, really, to where you need to go. It is being smacked back and forth viciously by the wind. It is sagging too low from the rain that is just pulling it down towards the river underneath it. Something hard hits you in the side of the head and it cracks. And you reach up and you see ice on your fingers, Barley. You know it to be hail. Ailmund, you've heard stories, and you too, Barley, as a storyteller, you've both heard stories of sometimes the shadow just gets in the way of journeys. It just makes the world a harder place. People speak of the world as if it's one great song, and these moments are the flaws in that song, as if something else is interjecting its own discord into the melody. That is what this storm is right now. And as you two turn and look behind you, you see maybe 300 yards back, the rest of your party moving down the road towards you. And you look back and you see the bridge. And what do you two decide to do? Knowing this is the only way past, but knowing in your hearts, especially with two horses, that this will be extremely perilous.
This isn't going to be easy, Barley.
No, and this is the only way across for quite some time. If we went around, we'd lose days. Should we wait out the storm? Or should we risk crossing?
Ailman kind of looks around. And I don't think there's going to be any waiting this storm out. There's only one way forward. The question is how.
With the horses, it won't be easy. Let's see what the others think.
Yes. Each horse easily weighs as much as the 5 of us.
Time passes. Oh, go ahead, Marley.
With much more weight on the bridge, it's going to dip into the river. We'll be swept away. If we cross, we're going one at a time, especially with the horses.
How far across is this bridge?
Probably about 100 feet.
I have an idea. I don't think that it's going to guarantee our success, but if we can provide a level of safety, I think this could do it. And I would reach into one of my saddlebags and pull out a coiled up, wrapped up rope. And I know that Hama most likely has a similar coil of rope in his saddlebags. I think if we send one horse over first, we tie these ropes together, send one horse over first, and then leave one horse on this side of the river, we can use their weight to our advantage and use the extra stability of this rope.
Hama will speak up and kind of pat the mane of Felleroff and say, this young girl's a fine horse indeed, but she's not ready for such an adventure.
Someone could cross with the rope, tie it to a tree on the other side. Same principle, different execution. What say you?
I think it's a great idea. Aemond, you think? And he will look to Hasarim, I think is the name of Aemond's horse.
Yes.
And ask if Hasarim is up for the challenge.
Aemond would lean down and whisper something in Hasarim's ear that perhaps gets lost on the wind, and you would see Hasarim kind of and paw at the ground. Hasarim will take this chance. Anything to be the star of a horse's tale. And maybe there was a time where Aemond would have elaborated on the pun with Hama, but not today. And I'll begin doing what I need to tie any ropes together and secure them around Hasarim, but I'm not so foolish that I'm going to leave my saddlebags on the horse.
All right. So this will mark the official beginning of this encounter, which is going to be a skill challenge. So starting with you, Aemond, you begin to lead your horse to the bridge, yes?
Yes.
Even though she was pawing at the ground earlier, the closer she gets to the bridge, the more she realizes just how dangerous this is. She begins kind of moving back, fighting against you. There's more resistance. The discord in the music of the world gets louder and stronger, and the storm gets harder and harder. The bridge is visibly moving like a pendulum in front of you now. No horse would want to cross this. Please make an animal handling check with disadvantage.
Well, shit. Of course. Let's see.
Now I can give my inspiration as
Yes,
Hama,
you can.
friend and distant uncle, perhaps to Aemond, to cancel out the disadvantage. Correct?
I actually have inspiration as well that I forgot about.
Well, keep it, because Hama will yell to you, "Fear no darkness, friend!" And perhaps this reinvigorates some Rohirric lore excitement inside of your loins or something.
Side of your loins. Oh man, this is an
Hey, man.
interesting.
Getting all sorts
Fear no darkness, sweetie. Fear no darkness.
What kind of game are we in now? Did I miss
Hey, man.
something?
Who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him?
So, Ailment, as you feel yourself supernaturally aroused at the task put before you, and the horse, your horse begins. The first step is shaky, but for some reason, the storm weakens just enough, and it races across. There's no patience. There's no hesitation. There's none of that. It just tries to get across as fast as it can. And you see a few boards break underneath it as it does so, but it does largely make it to the other side. Now, that being said, are you moving with it as well, Ailmond, or no?
That the plan wasn't to move with, but to wait until the horse got across, and then I guess I would go afterwards.
All right. So you step onto the bridge.
I would hand the loose end of the rope to Hama to secure.
All right. So
Presumably to Felleroff as an anchor, but I'll leave that up to Hama and Felleroff.
all right. And I assume, Hama, you just attach it to Felleroff?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so then you make it across, Ailment. The bridge isn't steady. In fact, you can feel just how weak the actual bridge is now. You know you could fall through at any time, and you can tell that whoever goes after you next will have a far more difficult time making it across than you did. But you do make it across, having succeeded on your earlier skill check with your horse waiting for you. So when you make it to the other side, Ailmond, and you look across, you see the rest of your party. And who will attempt to make it across the bridge next?
Thornbeer, as he approached the bridge, like actually getting close enough to it, there's this moment where there's like a jump cut where it's raining and then there's a flash of lightning, and then all of a sudden he sees the vision again. The bridge is on fire. It's collapsing. There's a woman falling. And then just as quick as it came, another flash, and it's the sound of the thunder that actually knocks him out of it. He sees just the bridge itself swaying precariously. With the two horses across the way, he nods to each of the riders and begins his crossing.
You put one foot onto it and another. That vision playing in your subconscious, in the back of your mind. You grab the ropes and the bridge is moving fiercely now. And you see a streak of lightning above you, and then another and another. And you turn, and everyone can see it. It's just a bolt of lightning falls from the heavens and strikes one end of the shore. And you just see the mud just instantly just harden and cracken and bake and be obliterated, leaving a small crater behind. and that lightning just keeps falling in different places. You can use whatever skill you would like to, Chris, to get across the bridge. What exactly skill are you trying to use to make this journey?
I think it's going to be survival. Pretty much knowing where to step and how to step as he goes across.
All right, go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. Is this also with disadvantage?
No, this is not with disadvantage because of your vision.
Okay. That will come out to 24.
Perfect.
So as he steps, it's kind of slow at first, and then there's like a burst of speed in the middle, and then he hesitates for a moment, waiting for just the crash of another lightning bolt on the beach. Sand explodes everywhere, and the whole bridge lurches, and he swings with the bridge and holds tight to the rope. As it kind of lowers itself back into the normal position, it dips just into the water, and Thorndeer takes a leap over some boards to get just past the part where it dipped under, where he could have been pulled. A few moments later, he's across the bridge and on the shoreline.
The three on the eastern bank see you make it across Thorndeer. Who is going to try and follow in his footsteps?
Torsten spurs Gerda forward as he looks at the others, Barley and Hama. He kind of gives them a nod. It's kind of hard to tell if he's trying to assure himself or them. He dismounts, and one of the things that the others would have noticed over these weeks of travel, and it's something that Torsten tries to hide, is that he definitely walks with a noticeable limp. And it's worse when he's been riding through the day, and he rubs at his right thigh as he grabs the reins and starts to move across this swaying bridge of death. I think
Before you call out your skill,
okay.
Before you call out your skills, Torstein, you make it about halfway across the bridge, your horse behind you. You hear the boards creaking. The lightning is falling faster now, and then it seems to stop for a moment. There is an eerie peace that sweeps across the river as the wind dies down and the rain becomes lighter and the hail seems to stop. And then, Torstein, a bolt of lightning falls down onto the bridge directly in front of you, shattering it and snapping it in half, the rope burning and fraying, the boards flying into your face and cutting into your cheeks. You begin to fall. Your horse begins to fall. Torstein, how do you attempt to save yourself?
At first, he foolishly thinks he can hold the reins and keep Gerda safe as well, but he knows that it's impossible. He, with all the reticence of someone losing something precious to them, lets go of the reins, and the horse is just sucked and dragged under the raging water. He lunges up and tries to grab on to the rope that is splayed across this torrent of a river. Is this where I would do the skill check, or am I making a
This
save?
will be a skill check right here, and you're going to make it a disadvantage.
Awesome. I like swimming.
And seeing this happen, Ailmond would grab the rope that's tied to Hasaram and stabilize it and call out, "Torsten, you can do this. We'll get you." And I'm using my Warden's gift to grant you a gift die that gives you an extra D6 to use on that check.
Thank you. I don't think it's going to matter. I got a 13 with my athletics.
A 13.
As I'm hanging with my left hand trying to hold on to this rope.
You grab the rope and you're hanging just barely, and your hands are slipping from it. The rain is picking up again. You feel hail battering your body, battering you in your face, and the lightning still churning all around you. You hear the inspiration from Ailmond, your comrade, and you almost grab the rope with your second hand. You almost pull yourself up. and then you slip. And everyone sees you slip, and you fall into the raging undercurrent below. Please make me a Constitution saving throw, Thorstein, as you hit the water.
16.
16. You hit the water hard. It's almost as if you just hit solid ground, and you go directly underneath the surface as you're pulled under by the raging current. But you're able, even though you're wearing armor, to fight your way to the top, just briefly, just for the barest second, to steal a breath. But God, you're just moving so fast down the river, and everyone sees you disappear. Thorstein, please roll me a 1d4, and then we're going to move on to the reactions of Barley and Hama. And everyone, if you would, please also make me a wisdom saving throw and put the result in the sidebar for me.
1.
1? All right. And after you guys make your wisdom saving throws, if you fail it, you're taking 1 point of shadow, having seen this horrific thing happen not only to your comrade, but his horse as well, as he's sucked underneath the water. So it looks like you're all literally failing here and taking a point of shadow other than Thorndeer. So that being said, Barley and Hamas, you're on the eastern bank. The bridge is destroyed, leaving only that one bit of rope to somehow make it across. And now you're down one party member. What do you two do?
Well, I think, how many horses do we have on the eastern bank?
You have one horse left on the eastern bank, which is the one that's, yeah.
That's the one I'm on.
Yes, it's your horse.
Okay. Hama looks to Barley and he says, I'm not sure we have much choice. I say you get on horseback and we go across together. And he kind of stammers like that, as if he knows there's got to be a better idea elsewhere, but he needs to make a quick decision. A traveling companion is lost or hurt.
Barley sort of looks at Hama, the rain just dripping from his cowl on his cloak, and he says over the like clashing thunder, "Too much weight. We'll drop into the river."
Do you think you can handle it by yourself?
I'm certainly willing to try.
Stay close. And Hama begins moving into the river slowly, doing a similar kind of whispering into Felaroff's ear, in a whisper that gets lost upon the wind, in some accented Sindarin, mentioning that Felaroff's kind and Hama's kind are not so different, but occasionally their fates become tied together. And so these two, Hama and Felaroff, begin moving into the river, fates tied together, probably, I'm assuming, followed closely by Barley. Maybe you can grab on just in case the current is too strong.
So here's the option you two have. One of you can make a roll and have advantage because the other one helps you, or you both can make separate skill checks and tell me what you both get.
I think I will be helping Hama since I'm like sort of less active in the rescue operation.
Okay. So then, Hama, as you're whispering to your horse, you can make an animal handling check, or you can use a different skill if you want to try and justify it.
I think I'll go with the animal handling.
So with the helping from Barley, it takes out the disadvantage you would have had from two people on a horse in a raging current. So just roll once, essentially, and tell me what you get. 26? Oh, my gosh. All right.
Yep, that was a 19.
So describe it for me, Hama, as somehow, and you describe it too, Barley, how you're helping, how you two make it through the raging current of the Great Rodoland River to the other side.
It was said that Felaroff's grandfather was the horse that Helm Hammerhand rode into final battle at Helm Hammerhand's own deep. It is said that Helm Hammerhand was found standing, frozen in the ice after the battle, ready to do battle. But I am under the impression that he was frozen on horseback, and that his horse, the grandfather or great-grandfather of Felaroff, has bred genes of glory, of victory, and of Rohan into this horse. And this horse is facing adversity like many creatures in the world would never have to, as it maneuvers towards Tolstein as quickly as possible while still being careful.
Beautiful. Ailmond and Thorndeer, you see the horse come out of the water, dripping wet. Somehow none of the bags have been lost, and more importantly, neither have either one of its two riders. Barley, how did you help Hama and the horse get across?
So I think what Barley did is he actually had a rope. He has a rope 50 feet, and he tied it to Hama. In case Hama fell off the horse, in case the river started to take him, Barley could hold on to it. And Barley was essentially going along the bridge, holding on to the rope that was strung across and holding on to the rope that had Hama. And Hama was able to cross, knowing that if he fell off the horse, Barley would have him. Barley would be able to drag him and potentially drag Torstein as well.
Beautiful. You guys arise from the water, wet and half drowned, to be honest, but alive. And yet one of you is still missing. What do the four of you do now that you're all together, at least on the other side, on the western bank?
As soon as the others are across safely, Ailmond pulls up the slack of the rope. Where was the other end of the rope? Was it tied to Felleroff?
So I would assume that before Hama crossed, he would have tied it to a tree or some sort of large rock, something that could have held itself.
I think Ailmond would pull out his sword and just cut through the rope in one swipe and begin guiding Hasaram along the riverbank in the direction that we saw Torsten go, looking to see where he might be.
And what are the rest of you doing as you see Ailman kind of riding down the river to try and find the last compatriot?
I'll follow Eamon and just help him try to spot Torstein.
Yeah, I imagine that Barliman and Thorndeer are kind of trailing on foot behind, just not able to quite keep up with the horse.
It's a miserable search. The elements, they never once lighten up. Mist rise up from the river and they obscure your vision. The lightning still falls around you. Hail makes you periodically have to take cover. A day passes of just straight searching almost. And then Torstein is discovered. Torstein, I want you to describe for me how exactly you survived this one day, making it through down Current River, and how you somehow were able to also save your horse as well.
To Torstein, it's just like flashes of memory and instinct. Once he hit that cold, hard water, and he got that life-saving breath, but the current pulls him back under. His clothing, which had just moments before been protection against the elements, was now dragging him deeper into this water. His round wooden shield buffeting the back of his helmet, knocking it aside. Probably about 30 feet down, he's able to kick back up and get another breath of air before he's sucked back under again, and then it's blackness. When he wakes, several hours later, he's on the bank, the water just pushing him along, and there, standing over him, is his horse Gerda. He did not save his horse. It's actually the other way around. His horse saved him. They had been together since he was a youth. He would never say it out loud, but he shares a closeness with this horse that probably those of the Rohirrim would understand. So she had dragged him to safety, exhausted, beaten, burned from the lightning strike. He just lay there, resting, and then he lost consciousness again. When he awakes again, it's to the sounds of voices, the voices of his companions approaching. The horse nickers as it raises its head, ears perked towards the others. He's saved. Live to live another day.
And the rest of you find him. And what do you guys do that after a day of hard searching? Now that you're all 5 reunited, what happens in that reunion? What is it like when you finally all meet each other again?
Upon seeing Torsten and Gerda, Aelmund, while still in motion, easily dismounts and begins to kind of quickly move over. And before going to Torsten, he actually stops just a moment and strokes the horse and gives the horse a quick look over and kind of, and then goes to Torsten. My friend, you have survived. This is good. How are you?
It would be a lie if I said I've not been better, but by some stroke of luck, I survived. And he kind of reaches up and to the muzzle of his horse and gives her a gentle stroke. And he slowly gets up to his feet and he's like, "You did not give up on me." And you could see this renewed like admiration that this man has, this young man from the Dale has for the 4 of you.
And Varley, who had sort of given up hope, who had just sort of been assuming that Torsten was lost, sort of claps him on the shoulder, and as he does so, water just sprays everywhere because he's just sodden. And he says, "Of course not. We're a fellowship now. We stay together."
Now that that's over, let me have a look at you. There's a reason that Radagast asked me to come. And Thorn will take this satchel that he's been kind of lugging around, and he opens it up. There's some implements, a medicine bag. That is going to be a 23.
Yep, that succeeds. And what was the effect of that?
It's just a medicine check. I'm looking him over, attempting to see if he has any wounds. And
yeah, you see that he has burn wounds from the lightning. He has countless just cuts and scrapes and bruises from just going through the river and hitting the water so hard.
Okay. He pulls out a few jars with some oils and some herbs and begins crushing them and mixing the oils with these herbs and flowers that he took from Radagast's own garden. Once a paste has been made, he pulls out a rather large leaf from the southern lands and smushes the paste across the leaf and puts it to the burn wounds. He applies a few more ointments to the other extremities of his body. The paste is cool on touch, but it burns quickly after a few seconds. What I'm using is my Healer's Hands abilities, which is essentially a cure type spell. Well, it's not spell.
You can just put the amount of healing in the side chat.
Yep.
As you're healed, at least a little bit of amount by the apothecarial work he's doing, Torsten, the camera kind of moves up away from all of you, and the storm begins to slowly abate. And you guys have made it through the first major issue of your journey, the first major obstacle. And if any of you ever bother to look at the map, you know that you're also about halfway to the Mines of Moria. You're halfway to where you need to be. But if the shadow is this thick already, who can say how thick it'll be when you get to a place as blighted as the Misty Mountains are now. But before we go into that part of the story, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here. My name is Marquise Hardis, Searchable Shadow. Tonight I am Lore Master Marquise. It's been a blast running this game so far. We're going to do some quick introductions before we take the break, so you guys just kind of know who's who, what's going on so far. So starting with my main musical man, Barker, go ahead and introduce yourself. If you want to plug something, plug it. Game so far.
I am Barker from Absolute Tabletop, and I am just a Middle-earth fan, and so this is my actual first game playing in Middle-earth I'm pretty sure it's my first game ever playing in Middle-earth. Definitely my first game playing as a writer of Rohan, which is my favorite culture in Middle-earth, and so very cool, very kind of like a dream come true. So definitely a fun game. You do a really good job, thought of the game so far, you do a really good job narrating what Middle-earth looks like using words other than colors and descriptors. I'll try to pinpoint an exact one that you do, but and I think all of us have this skill currently of describing something in an ethereal way instead of a more direct way, and it brings out the Middle-earth in the game. So I definitely love this game so far, players and GM alike.
Glad you enjoy it. And next we have someone who's on my channel all the time, Chris. So if you would, go ahead, say anything, thoughts, plug what you want to, introduce yourself. What do you want to do, man?
Sure. I'm Chris with Drop Dice and a Point of Inspiration. This week, what I'd like to plug is Marquise's latest pet project, the races of the races from Al-Qadim, a second edition book that he has personal interest in bringing forward to 5th edition, and he's done a lot of work with that. We've got those set up as kind of a play test right now, so any documents that or any chance that you get to look over those documents and provide feedback at the Point of Inspiration Facebook page would be much appreciated.
Nope. Next we got my good man Jake. Looks like a deer caught in headlights.
Hey, internets, I am Jake of Mini Terrain Domain. I mean, something RPG-ish. I mean, Fat Jake the Fit Jake. I'm all over the internets, doing all kinds of things, gaming, fitness, and RPG related. This, too, is my first time ever playing in a Middle-earth type game. I absolutely love 5th edition, and I love the way that this has been built on that foundation. Yet it feels, like Barker said, it feels so Middle-earth. It's such a change to not be relying on, oh, what spells do I have? But relying on the way the character's built, that you're building this. It feels like we're these races, these cultures of Middle-earth. And I couldn't ask to be with a finer fellowship than these other 4 individuals and under a better lore master.
Thank you, thank you. Next we got Lionel. Lionel the Beautiful. Lionel the Beautiful.
Lionel, that's me. I'm Lionel. I have a YouTube channel that I'm half of. It's Two Guys T and D&D, where we run games on. And I have to say that I am really liking this. It's not my first time in Middle-earth in a role-playing capacity. I played some Middle-earth role-playing way back in the day. But I have to say this blows that rate out of the water. I'm really loving this so much. One of my favorite books when I was a kid was The Hobbit, and I literally feel like I am hanging where Bilbo hung out. So this is great. Thanks, Marquise, and thanks everybody else. I got a great fellowship here, and thank you for saving my ass.
And then last but not least, we have the love of my life, the man who I wish I could have married, but who failed in the great game of fate. Jake again, I'm just joking. Matt, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, I'm Matt. I run the YouTube channel A Fistful of Dice, and the thing I want to plug is we're having a Aeronoth sale on AbsoluteTabletop.com. So Aeronoth is my homebrew world, and a bunch of the PDFs and some of the physical products are on sale through Friday. So definitely go check that out. And I'm having a blast, man. This is also my first time playing a role-playing game in Middle-earth, and I just love it. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, huge Tolkien nerd, so it's cool to be able to actually step into this world and explore it. So you're doing a great job just sort of getting that across, Marquise. I'm having a great time, so can't wait to continue.
Oh, when everyone's enjoying themselves. Well, again, I am Lore Master Marquise for the night, and we will resume the game in about 5-10 minutes. So I will catch you guys in a minute. If you guys want to run Adventures in Middle Earth, go to the person who taught me how to run this, Gandhi. 100 years ago. Good guy. Great DM. Knows a lot about Tolkien. Gandhi. Right, Jake?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I have no idea I have no idea what I just agreed to.
The person who taught Jake how to craft, Gandhi, 100 years ago.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I started out with just spit and dirt.
Mm-hmm. Spit, dirt, and English oppression. Now look at him. And then we got Lionel. Lionel, what did Gandhi teach you?
I'm still learning, actually. I'm a little bit slower than the rest of y'all.
He's been dead a minute, so I don't know who you're learning from anymore.
Dude, I've been smoking that long bottom leaf, man. I see Gandhi all the time. What are you talking about?
Okay, dude, I got you. You know, people always say that Matt Click made the Provokers, but what they really don't know is that Gandhi made the Provokers, right, Matt? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a little known piece of trivia.
If it wasn't for Gandhi, there have been no corrupted. Now, that could be a good thing or a bad thing, but I mean, it's a Gandhi thing at the end of the day, so you can just call it that. I went to the vending machine. I had this last time. I think Jank remembers. I got these Reese's cups out, right? So, you know, I'm a college nerd. I like peanut butter and stuff like that. But these Reese's cups have Reese's Pieces stuffing them on the inside.
Dude, I had some of those last week. It's really good.
I'm totally going to, like I said last game, I'm going to get one of those and put it in the freezer for when I hit my first weight loss goal. That will be my treat.
Yeah, dude.
I went to grab a snack just now and I was like, oh, popcorn, chips. I have strawberries.
The blood of my enemies. Oh. I get strawberries first. Look at what Barker's
No,
got.
I learned this from Gandhi too.
Wait,
I got a
Barker's
fresh
got a pop-
popsicle, bro.
Barker's got a popsicle. Man, I'm kind of jealous.
Man, that was so hilarious, Marquise. Everyone in here was dying laughing
you know what,
in
Marcus?
stitches.
How
I ate a popsicle. Who does that? Who eats a popsicle?
You know what?
How 1998 can you get?
I quit DMing. I now give the reins over to Barker. Barker is now your DM, everybody. Goodbye.
So you hear the whispering of the breeze fall off the mountain of Caradhras.
You're not going to ruin my game with
Your
this
clothes
shit,
are wet.
Better
The
back
spray,
up.
the spray from the river
Mhm.
still coats your clothes, and you're freezing as heck.
We're gonna fight a popsicle elemental.
Yes.
That's a
It
new
is
one
a
in my
ball
words.
rog of Morgoth, the ice time.
The chunks of ice coalesce into this great popsicle.
Yep. Fly, you fools.
I hate all of you. That's all I gotta say. Except for the love of my life, Matt Click.
I don't have to calm down. I have special privileges.
Special privileges. He's got like the golden star you'd get in kindergarten. All the rest of you guys got red stars.
We get our name on the board with a couple of checks.
Oh man, that was the worst.
That was
the
me.
worst.
I always got the checks on the name, never the stars.
Were you able to, if you were good, were you able to get rid of the bad marks on your name?
Yeah.
Because that was me, as I would always, early on in the day, I'd get a check or two and I'd be like, oh shit, I'm gonna get in trouble if I have checks on my name. So the rest of the day I'd go out of my way. I'd like help the teacher out. It'd be so good. And then eventually the checks would go away. I'd be like, all right.
Yeah.
But actually it prepared me for debt. It's like, okay, I dug this hole. Now I got to get myself out of it.
Yeah.
I just sort of
It
made
does.
that.
Oh man,
Little did we
I
know
was screwed from a young age.
Little did we know they were preparing us for life when they were writing our names on a board.
These are
Damn
kids.
kids.
There's about 1 million checks next to my name now.
When I was your age, I had to walk to school uphill both ways, and the checks didn't go away. They never went away.
Wow.
There was no
man,
making them go away.
You had a hard ass for a teacher.
I was going to say, I was the other kid, the one that just kept getting checks to see if there was a limit to them.
Jeez. Nice.
I got so many checks that they did away with the checks and just put me in a segregated corner of the room.
Man,
Chris was going for
honestly,
that.
you guys were crazy, man. I was never a bad kid.
Chris was going for that demerit burst limit. He was just trying to get there.
I was going to say, I am one of the few people that can say that I never made it through kindergarten for obedience issues, but they put me through to first.
Because they were done with you.
Yeah. Somehow when you stand on top of a table and call teachers lewd names, they don't like that so much, as it turns out.
Poor cat.
Part of me
So do you
wants
actually
to-
want me to GM Marquise? I'll take it and go if you want.
Part of me wants to continue the game, but these Pringles are really good, so I'm just kind of taking it slow right now, to be honest with you.
Hey, man, once you pop,
I got you.
once you pop, you can't stop.
Yeah.
Can't stop.
That's why I got to stay away from those things, man. I'll eat a whole tin every time.
Save me
I
that
like
can,
some
Marquise.
people.
I'll make you a dice tower.
Out of this can,
It'll be a little dice tower.
can you combine this Reese's Pieces wrapper with it? Yeah.
It'll be the banner.
All right. Bet I'll send it to you. We'll be in business.
Your house sigil is the Reese's logo.
It's a sad house sigil to have. I feel like this is a lot about my character that I don't want it to say.
the sigil of house diabetes.
All right, guys. So I only prepped for about half a session, so everything from this on out, I'm just making up as we go along. But if everybody is ready, we shall continue, since apparently I can't enjoy my snacks in peace, Parker. So some time again has passed, as it is wont to do. We go on to what the scene looks right now. There are two ways you can make it to the Redhorn Pass, to the Mines of Moria. You can go through the forest of Lothor, known to have an elven queen who bewitches all those who enter, but a swift path if you can make it through. Or you can take the road around it, around the entire region, for better or worse. Barley as the guide, this is ultimately your decision. So you could tell me, Barley, do you want to go straight through the forest, or do you want to skirt around its edge?
Sorry, say that last part again.
Do you want to go straight through the forest to save time and risk the bewitching of the Elf Queen, or just kind of go around it if possible?
Go around it. Okay, I missed that part. I sort of look to my companions and I say, we've lost quite a bit of time searching the river. And I sort of look at Torsten and I say, time well spent, mind you. But I think if we cut through the woods, we could shave off a bit of time. Problem is, there's some rumors about these woods. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. But I leave it up to you. Cut through the woods, save some time, potentially run into problems, or skirt around the border, add a few days.
Is this Lorien that we're stupid? Hama would be standing in awe of the great forest of Lorien and all of her mysteries.
If only to see if the stories are true, I would go through this forest.
Torsten, after thanking Thorndir for its mending his hurts, he checks over the horse, checks his saddlebag, looks into one particular saddlebag, and happy with what he sees in there, he turns to the others as they're talking about the path ahead. I would be done with this damn journey. Get to Moria. I would vote for passing through the wood.
Seems like passing through the wood is the way to go then.
Yeah.
So be it.
I suppose so.
And after that conversation, that is where we skip ahead. Lorien is probably the most beautiful forest I think any of you have ever seen. It's not beautiful because of the color or because of the richness. It's beautiful because it's a place where shadow has not fully touched it. The trees are massive. The canopy is thick. The mist on the ground every morning, icing. In fact, no, that is the word. Enticing. Everything, every branch, every breeze, every trunk, every caterpillar, every single thing here is enticing. Too enticing. It pulls you to it. It makes you want to stay. It makes you want to walk off the path and get lost. But you resist it. You have a place to be, you have a mission to complete. And even though the shadow has touched you all already, it feels as if just for a little while you're free of it. Until you begin to hear the crying and the sobbing and the weeping. And you hear it first, Ailmond, being the scout. You're further ahead, making sure there's no danger, making sure the tales of elves following you through the woods are not true. And you hear a man sobbing in the distance. What do you do, Ailmond?
The first thing I do is draw Hasirum to a stop, raising a hand to signal the rest of the companions further behind me, and cock my head and listen to make sure I'm not just imagining this. And then I try to pinpoint where it's coming from.
You listen harder, and the crying echoes from within the wood. You hear it coming in a direction ahead of you, but not straight ahead of you. You can tell it's close, but not too close. But you're not imagining, or at least you don't think you are. You choose to go closer to it, Ailmond?
I can without leaving the path.
You move maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 feet ahead further on horseback. And you see something underneath the boughs of a tree off the path by maybe 100 feet or so. You see a man lying there distraught, crying into the wood, his clothes frayed, his face bloody, his knees exposed and also muddy and bloody as well. He is looking around and he stands up and he stumbles and he wobbles and he moves in one direction, grabbing a tree for support and missing it and then falling back to the ground, still sobbing, crying out a word that you can't quite make out yet.
Hama! I whistle for Hama.
Hama hears the whistle, I assume, and begins quickening. Felaroth begins quickening her pace, to catch up to Ailmond.
There.
Where?
About 100 yards in. About 100 feet in. Do you see?
I look to where he's pointing.
And you see the man crying and calling out something that you can hear more clearly as maybe a name of some sort as he continues stumbling around, getting off the dirt.
Hama will jump off his horse and look to Ailmond with exasperated eyes. Ailmond, it's someone that needs help. We must go help them. And Hama will begin running towards the man.
The rest of you see this happen. You see him get off the horse and run into the woods, which is advice I imagine you, Barley, explicitly being ignored at this point, because you should never leave the path because you'll be bewitched otherwise, or so the stories say. So Barley, Thorndeer, and the Torstein, as you see this happening, what do you guys do as you finally catch up and you see what Hama sees?
Barley sort of approaches cautiously, and he brings his bow off of his back and begins stringing it, sort of pulling it down making sure that it's strung just in case, keeping his distance and sort of watching the two Rohirrim's backs as they move forward.
Torstein would do the same. He would dismount next to Barley, take out his own great bow, and knock an arrow, watching the two riders.
Thorndeer will call out to the two riders. Get back here. Come back to the path. Turn back while you can. And he has his bow already out, but with one hand on an arrow shaft and the other, his bow is just slack to the side, and all he's doing is just trying to shout to them now.
Ailman, once Hama took off, Ailman dismounted and quickly followed after. And as Thorndeer begins to call after him, you just see Ailman kind of turn and just kind of shrug as he draws his sword.
And you haven't drawn a weapon yet, have you, Hama?
No, Hama's under the impression that this is just someone in need of aid, though he has his sword on him.
All right, good. You get close to him, Hama. What do you do as you get closer to this man who's still just like stumbling, leaning against this tree, crying and sobbing?
Actually, as he gets closer, he would reach for his sword, but he would actually realize that no, it is on Felaroth on the saddlebag, so he is unarmed aside from his belt dagger. But he begins calling out to the man, "Are you okay? What's your name?"
And he turns around to face you. You see his face is just a mess. He's been bleeding from his nose. He's been crying snot that's been mixing with it and clustering over his face. And he reaches out to you, Haman. He grabs you by your collar and says, "My son! Where is he? Where is he?"
Then Hama would kind of push him away and attempt to calm him down.
All right. When you push him away, go ahead and make me. You make me just a flat charisma check, unless you have like proficiency in persuasion or something like that.
No, that will be a D20 roll, basically. 14.
14.
Dang.
You fail to calm him down. He's still crying, but you do push him away, and he falls to the ground in a heap, and he just begins yelling out, Sandal, where are you? Where is my son? Why can't I find him?"
Hama would look back to anybody near him and kind of shrug and say, "He's gone mad. The forest has driven him mad."
Barley, sort of used to dealing with people, he'll put his bow across his shoulder and kind of rush forward. And he kneels beside the man, and he'll sort of like start rubbing the guy's back and sort of humming lightly, just kind of giving this guy something else to focus on, trying to get this guy's attention so that he can speak to him, because he's not going to be able to reason with him right now. And I'll go ahead and try to do... you want me to just do flat charisma as well, Marquise, trying to calm this guy down?
If you have a skill, you can use it, but it will be made at disadvantage because of Hama's failed attempt.
Cool. Okay, yeah, I'll do persuasion at disadvantage. So that'll be that's a 9 plus 5, 14 on the low roll.
He calms down a little bit, but not enough to be in any kind of way, shape, or form easy to talk to. He's still lying on the ground, almost shuddering and just sobbing into his arm, crying for his son.
I sort of look to Hama and say, I think the woods have bewitched him. He's not a sane man. Chances are his son's been gone for a long time.
Hama's face will become weary with a sort of sadness as he looks back and forth between Barley and the man, and he will say, How sad that he couldn't find his son. This is no life to live."
Mayhaps if we could get him out of the woods, away from the influence of this place. He might come to his senses, but getting him up and moving it's going to slow us down. And he looks at the man sobbing on the ground. As much as I want to help this man, we have a job to do.
Hama would look around at whoever would be the most knowledgeable in this case, and he'd say, "How far are we to Moria?"
Being the guide, do I have an estimate on how many days away we are, Marquise?
At least another week or two.
I relay that to the group.
Hama would leap off of Felaroth and ask Barley to help him, and anyone else, to help him to get this man on his horse. And the goal would be to, using his just experience and the magic of the horse lords, growing with these horses and raising them as their own, as family, he would attempt to get Felaroth to understand that she is to carry this man to safety outside of the forest, back east.
She listens as you put the horse on her, but she stops and she freezes at something you can't see, Hama. Torstein, you're watching this scene go down in front of you when the hairs on the back of your neck begin to rise, and you see, nestled in a tree far above everybody, great off in the distance, you see a glint of light. Things in the forest that are natural do not have glints of light. And Torstein, you know the rumors of elves here. Torstein, what do you do?
Torstein had initially been ready for whatever might befall them, but when Barley goes forward to assist Hama, he relaxes his bow a bit, and he's just watching. He's about to say something to Thorndeer when his eye catches the glint, and he immediately brings the bow back, not up and drawn, but just at the ready. And he whispers to Thorndeer, "We are not alone. Up in the tree there. Do you not see it?"
Of course, we're not alone. He said there were elves here. Why does no one listen to the guide? Stay on the road. Get back here.
And Torstein would just be nodding to agreement with you. And then he would say, "Quickly, come back. Get back on the road."
I'm not sure what Barley would do, but I think Hama would just keep doing what they're doing, because the intention is to get back on the road, but he wants to do it with this person attached to the horse.
Make an animal handling check, Hama. And Ailmond, what are you doing during all of this?
So initially, Ailmond would have been as Hama and Barley kind of approached the man. Ailmond would have been kind of pacing in a circle looking for any sign of this missing son until Barley said that he's been claimed by the forest. And once Hama is loading this man onto the back of his horse, and hearing Thorndeer's insistence, Ailmond will sheath his sword and begin moving back toward his own horse.
Do make a survival check. No, actually, no. Make an investigation check for me, Ailmond. All right. So you didn't find anything when you were looking around for where the sun was. And You find, well, you said you're assisting them, correct? And getting the horse back to the road, or no?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I actually I know that a rider needs no assistance with his own horse.
Okay.
So I would have just been going back to mine.
So you get back to yours, and you look back, and you see that Hama's mare has yet to actually move, as if it's been paralyzed by something. When you see that, you also see Barley, and Barley, what are you doing?
I think Barley is sort of, he's helping Hama, but he's also sort of insistent that they get back to the road. And when Thorindir and Torstein start saying, come back, he's sort of like, he doesn't know what is behind them in the trees, but he's just assuming it's not good. And so he's sort of like, all right, come on. You got him on the horse. Let's go.
And Hama, your horse is not moving.
Hurry, Felroth, now! And then Hama will look concerned and try to see why.
Thorndeer, you hear a voice whisper in your ear. A voice that might as well be disembodied. A voice so fine and feminine that it can belong to nothing more than a queen. And it whispers so briefly that you can barely make out the words. And in fact, make me a wisdom saving throw, Thorndeer, as those words just threaten to drain themselves from your memory.
Okay. Not sure if it would matter. I do have Tongues of the People, which gives me common phrases in other languages like Elven.
It does not help.
Woo. You said it's a wisdom save?
Yes, sir.
That is a 24 with a natural 20.
Good, perfect. Eilman, you don't catch most of what is said directly, but you get the emotion from it. You get the idea from it. And that's let you know that the people in front of you, and your eyes kind of narrow as this realization kind of opens in your brain. The people in front of you, or rather the man who's crying for his son, you see markings on his face that the voice is kind of guiding you to look at. And you realize that this man is someone who has been blighted, for lack of a better word. How he's dressed, how barbaric he looks now that your eyes are picking it up, how the wounds on his body look like something that was suffered, not from the woods, but like from battle. How his hands are callous, even at this distance. And the emotion that is filling your brain, that message that is filling your brain, is telling you that this person is a person of shadow. And that the longer he is around you, the more the rest of this wood will consider you people of shadow as long as you help him. With that information, Thornday, what do you do?
You stop where you are. Put him back. Put your boot knife in him. I don't care, but move away. Get back to the road. Leave him behind. You cannot save him.
At first, Barley starts to protest, and then he looks at Thorndeer and he sees the seriousness in his eyes. Those eyes that Eilman said, if you look into them, you can see the years. And Barley sees the wisdom there, and he sees the years that this Dunedain has. And at first, he's opening his mouth to protest. And then he looks back at this man who has been touched by the shadow. And Barley, as someone who has seen this shadow, who has come face to face with it and lived, he just nods once to Thorindir. And he looks at Hama and he says, he's right. We have to leave him here. There's nothing we can do. I'm sorry.
Hama, understanding, would attempt to get Felroth out of there. Is she moving at all? Is she transfixed?
The horse, sorry.
Felroth,
the horse, yeah. She is transfixed. But you notice that she wasn't transfixed until the man was put onto her back.
Okay, so immediately he would be off her back. Especially as Hama kind of felt this dark kind of energy of shadow coming from him. So I would imagine that he would, and probably to no fault of Hama's own, perhaps this man is just in agony, crying, and maybe just kind of fell off, and Hama didn't try to keep him there because he's being told not to. And so he's actually right next to this being as he's attempting to speak to Felaroff to begin running back to the group.
And she does so. Do you get on her back when she begins to run back to the road?
Yes, if he is permitted to, absolutely.
As that happens, the man who is lying on the ground is crying out for you. Crying out to you not to leave him, to help him find his son, to help him escape, to help him return. And as he cries out, do any of you turn to go back and help him, or do you all just leave the man crying there in the bewitched wood?
Because I'm sorry, but I feel like Hama would at least pause, because he, I don't think he would go from 180 to 180 degree B just so quickly. I think he would still be concerned, especially when the man begins crying for his son again.
Yeah, and I think Thorndeer, because he's been the one that was so dead set on stay on the path, is going to be the one that goes up to Hama and puts a hand on his shoulder, like the one that's closest to him, and just kind of looking past him towards the exit of the woods. We have to keep moving.
And he hears you say we have to keep moving, and the vision turns from the magical woods of Lorien to a field of disrepair and blood and battle and dead horses and dead Rohirrim and dead Dunedain. And he hears the voice in his ear just of someone else, his brother, we'll say, Hemothan, who tells him we have to keep moving. And then the vision blasts back, and there he is staring at the woods, and he nods, and he sees the man again curling up on the ground, shrieking in agony, doing many, many, many unusual things. And he will repeat your words, we have to keep moving. And he will back up with you, away with you, back towards the path.
And what did the rest of you do?
It's one of the harder things that Barley's had to do, but he doesn't look back. He resists the urge to turn around and help this man who's crying out so pitifully. And he just keeps marching back to the road. And as he gets back to the road and he sort of is standing beside Thorndeer, he just looks at Thorndeer and he says, even here, the shadows, even here in Lorien.
As you say that, all of you please make me a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, you take 2 points of shadow. On a success, you take 1 point of shadow. As you leave the man to whatever fate he is meant to suffer, and as he cries out to you again to help him and to find his son, and eventually his cries are drowned out just by the very fabric of Lorien itself. And then time passes, and eventually the wood is no longer surrounding you all. As you guys exit, the feeling of shadow has already overwhelmed some of you. It has already driven some of you deeper and deeper and deeper into the arms of corruption. Specifically ailment. As the horses are led by your guide Barley out of this, what was supposed to be an enchanted forest. Tell me, Ailment, as you descend and you gain the miserable condition, what is happening in your head with what just happened and the weight of the journey so far?
Ailman set out on this journey hoping to trace the thread of shadow through the folklore and children's tales that he's been studying for years, hoping to add his own tales of adventure and daring. But since this journey's begun, he has seen nothing that hints at a happy ending or a triumphant conquering of some foe. All that Aelmon can see, and I imagine it's almost at this point, it's almost like a darkening of the peripheral vision, as if he can physically see the encroaching shadow. The others would perhaps even notice that the previously loquacious Ailmond has grown silent, except maybe that he is muttering darkly to himself.
And the rest of you have seen Ailman just slip, not into this catatonic state, but into this dark, twisted state. And I imagine for you, Hama, it must be especially, if not painful, at least obvious, that your best friend and travel companion is not happy anymore. He is the definition of miserable now. And so as you see this happen, what are you, Hama, and the others can chime in as well, what are your reactions to seeing Ailman's just mental state just begin to fracture?
I think Hama would remember back to that horizon of bodies and blood, and he would look to Ailmond, who's, for some reason, I'm having trouble remembering names, but he looks to Ailmond and remembers a small boy out in that field whose father had died in battle, and he looks to Ailmond and he says, "Do you remember? What was it? The day after that great battle on the West Fold? Do you remember that little boy, little Haldren? Do you remember Haldren?"
Huh.
What was that story you told him? That after we drank the toast to the victorious dead, what was that story you told him?
Doesn't even matter. It was probably just some fool lie that I picked up drunk in a tavern.
No, I don't think the tale of Balric the Great is a fool lie. What was it? Tell me now.
Balric the Great was little more than a fabrication. Words embellishing an ordinary man. Something I told a child. A lie I told a child to ease his suffering. But what's the point?
No, you're right.
It's all going to end in shadow anyway.
You're right. You told a lie to that child and you eased his suffering. And you remember it well. I know you do. And I don't think it's all a lie, but you lied to that child the same way this forest is lying to you. How you feel this is a lie. You're not you, Ailmond. If that child were here and you were Ailmond, the Ailmond that I knew, then it wouldn't matter what you did. You would stand and you would tell that child to fear no darkness. Fear no darkness, Ailmond. We'll be there yet.
I hope you're right.
Both of you take a point of inspiration because that was amazing. That was wonderful. And if no one else has any input for right now, once again, time passes as it is so apt to do. You guys are officially in the Wills now. There's been some time. Go ahead.
Thorndeer will approach him a few days later along the journey. Look, it's gonna taste kind of terrible, but here. And he's going to hand trying to find Jake's character name because now I'm forgetting. Thanks, Parker.
Ailmond.
It's like the most common Rohan name, and it's like, why can I not remember Ailmond?
It's literally the Joe of Rohan.
It really is. Ailmond is the guy on the Lord of the Rings card, the common character. Okay, go ahead.
He hands Ailmond a pipe that has silver and ivory, but on the horn of the pipe facing towards someone who would observe it, there is the mark of the Dunedain tree. Look, just give it back when you're done. And he's going to leave you with a pipe that has a bit of hagweed that has been ground up into a paste and dried. If you choose to smoke it, there will be some medical benefits to it.
I think Ailman would see this pipe as just the faintest ember of light in the shadow that he sees seeping through the very corners of his vision, perhaps fumbling a bit. He would take the pipe, hold it perhaps a bit too carefully, and would light it and smoke it.
As you smoke it, that darkness at the edge of your visions, ailment, it begins to fade away. And that miserable attitude you had for just a moment seems to just crack and falter as a bit of your old hope, a bit of your old light, a bit of the melody that is you begins to kind of peek through and to seek again. And you lose 1 point of shadow, which I think puts you back underneath your limit. So, or at least at your limit.
No, I'm still one over. If it's wisdom
Still
mod,
one of it? Okay.
I have 2 shadow, but a wisdom mod of 1, so I'm still over.
Okay.
Well, what about that
So-
story? Yeah, that nice story, that nostalgic story about the little kid. Maybe that was one more.
Sadly, as good as that story was, and as much as Ailman enjoyed hearing it deep down inside, the shadow does return to your eyes eventually, Ailman. And even though that 1 point of shadow, even that one little thread that was wrapped around your heart has been cut, the wounds are still there. You're not as miserable as before, but not at all.
I think after a few drags on this pipe, you might even see Ailmond kind of, maybe after his like 3rd or 4th kind of puff on it, he kind of suddenly just kind of and still a bit listless, a bit melancholy, actually turns it and begins to kind of examine the pipe, and seeing this tree, he kind of does a double take to no, I forgot your name, Thorndeer. He doesn't say anything, but he does kind of ease Hasaram over near Felarath and Hama, and he just says, ask me later again about Bulric. And then moves on ahead.
And Hama will nod and smile.
Perfect. And after that encounter and a few more days of camp, well, you've almost made it, I guess I should say. The misty mountains aren't above you. They are drenched in fog that warps the light and creates just these weird shadows on their stone slopes. The tops of the greatest mountains wear crowns of snow, and the tops of the lowest just wear crowns of shade. One passes through these mountains, and even fewer that can take you to Moria. But there is one landmark that can guide you, and the one scout knows where to find it. And when you do find it, the statue is grand, if not old. Though the ears are broken and the lower jaw of the statue is missing, you can clearly see the form of an ancient elf sitting in a spiked chair of stone. You look upon that thing, and as you do, a queer feeling bubbles from within all of your chest. It just gets darker and darker and darker. Not as if it's turning into night, not as if light is disappearing, just as if a mental shadow is now reaching out from that statue, from the past behind it, from the core and the hearts of the mountains, and touching all of your minds. Everyone, please make me a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, you will take an additional point of shadow. All right, perfect. So Jake, Ailman, you're now another point above yours. So that madness dice roll, if you roll a 1 to 3 on anything now, you basically have another shadow madness moment. And you, Torstein, have you surpassed your limit or no?
I have not.
So all of you stand here now, huddled underneath this place, just touched and overridden by shadow. Torstein, Hama, you can choose to help or you can make your own separate roll. But both of you, I imagine, your senses should be on edge right now. It's such a dark place, it's such a foreboding place. Both of you, please make an investigation or perception check, or you can help one another to give one of you advantage. It's up to you.
I will give Hama advantage.
Cool. I will take it.
So either investigation or perception.
Okay. That would be a perception. Oh, nice. 19 plus, that'll be 3, plus 2 is 5, so that's 24.
Perfect. And how do you help him see what I'm about to describe, Torstein?
So since the man they found in the wood, Torstein's been very quiet as he's been slowly watching Eilman slip more and more into the darkness, feeling the darkness himself. He's looking for anything that can distract him. So he's trying to just do his best to do one of the things he's good at, and that's keeping a sharp eye. So he and Hama are probably riding to the sides of the party, and they point out things to one another. So that's what he would be doing.
Perfect. And Hama, describe for me what your reaction is as you see a small white dove lay on top of the statue's head.
Hama would probably crack a smile and look at the dove as a kind of a beautiful irony to the darkness that they've seen so far.
And the dove is just a radiant beacon of light almost. An irony, it becomes something else when you see it, Hama. And you see it too, Barley. And it's as if a symbol of something, as if something has come to lead you, to guide you further and deeper into Moria. Describe for me, Barley, what it's like. What does this scene turn into that would give the rest of the party hope, even if it's just temporary?
I think, like, just the clearest, most apparent sign of hope is sun. Just the sunlight breaking through the clouds, falling upon this land that we're traveling through. And even though we've seen the taint of the shadow, we've seen sickly men, and we've seen forests that have withered and died and become places of darkness, as we see the sun bathe the misty mountains in its golden light, we're reminded just how beautiful this place is, just how beautiful this world can be. And no matter how much shadow, no matter how much darkness, no matter how many clouds are in the sky, the sun always burns behind those clouds, and it will always break through in the end. And as the sun falls upon us and warms our skin and dries our clothes, Barley sort of lights up his pipe for the first time in many days, and he begins to sing. And he sings a song, something simple, just a song about 4 hobbits walking down the road to the tavern to get something to eat. And it's this song that you sing in taverns in the Shire. It's just a simple sort of round robin sort of limerick. And he sort of does the first verse, and he kind of looks back at the rest of his companions, waiting for someone else to pick up and do this song with him.
Does anyone pick up the tune?
Hama would.
Perfect. As Hama picks it up, Barley, you take a point of inspiration. And as one person begins to sing the song, I imagine it's almost contagious amongst all of you guys. As that sunlight pierces the clouds and it hits the dove and it hits all of you and it hits the statue, hope fills you and it swells inside of your breast. And just for a second, that corruption that was about to overcome you is forced back. And almost as if it's like the tide at this point, the shadow recedes just a little bit, and you all lose 1 point of shadow as hope fills you just from the mystical and beautiful sight that you're all able to discover here. And so, as that point of shadow fades away, you stand at the foothills of the Redhorn Pass that leads to Moria. What do you guys do?
Barley, still puffing away on his pipe, points. There it is. The road into Moria. We finally made it. It's been a long walk, but we made it.
Aye, we made it. And Hama looks to AiME almost quizzically to see how he's doing.
It seemed that all the odds were stacked against us of even making it this far. I dare say it can't get much worse. But, and he looks to Hama and says, we've got words to make. We've got stories to write. And you can see the weariness and that it's an effort for him to even muster up this much. But there's maybe just a glint of his old self back in there.
Sorry, I was laughing really hard at that, Matt. Anyway, so you guys move into the past. A bit of time passes again. It's perilous here. The stones are shaky. You never know when a goblin or an orc will come out and try to kill one of you. You don't know the stories of giants are true. Some rumors even say the mountains themselves are alive and can crush you. But one day, a couple days later, and his face becomes bright at the sight of you all. And there's a few other dwarves with him, and he hails you all down. And for a moment, there's a quick conversation, and you all learn that these are dwarves. The dwarves the dwarves of the Longbeard clan who went with Balin to retake Moria, and who have been not unsuccessful, but not successful either. And after the quick conversation with them, they lead you down through secret ways and secret caverns to a secret lake where a secret door sits. And they speak the word friend to the door, and it opens up. Winter. And just as you said, Barley, you guys have finally arrived into the mines of Moria. Arrived in the same state of which you left. You've arrived as anything but. All of you are weary to your bones. The journey has taken a heavy toll on the spirits of the entire company. The path you have followed to get here has shown you that little is good, and has left you all feeling tired. And even though you have a little bit of hope, most of it has been drained. The memories of good fortune that you have seem in some ways distant and intangible. All of you need to make a wisdom saving throw again. On a failure, you take 2 shadow points. If you fail by more than 5, you're taking 4 points of shadow. If you succeed, you take 1 point of shadow.
Oh, it was fun playing, guys.
So Barker, you take the additional 4 points, which I
Now,
think.
if you failed, you say you take 2 or 1?
Oh, if you failed by more than 5, you take 4 points. If you failed within 5, you take 2.
If I failed by more than 5, so I got an 8, so that
Yes.
is definitely more than 5, so I take 4 points of shadow.
Yes.
So I have 5, and my
Does that go
threshold is
over?
3.
Okay. So as you arrive at Moria and you're let in, tell me, Hama, what is it like when the miserable attitude overtakes you?
You're muted, Barks.
Okay, thanks.
Hold
It's
on,
like
Nate Vanderzee.
Yep, I did. It's like a shadow, but it's not the shadow itself that makes you weary and uncomfortable and miserable and downtrodden. It's the knowledge that you know for a fact that just out of arm's reach is the light, and you can't reach it. When you move or dive outward, you feel like the shadow expands around you, like it has chosen you, and that you have no control over it, like it's the machine that's running your very existence. And if you don't want to see the distant memories of battlefields long ago, the shadow doesn't care. The shadow shows you what it wants you to see. It tells you how you need to feel. And no amount of vitamin D can fix it. No, but seriously, he's completely, I think, downtrodden, especially in the shadows of Moria.
Perfect. And the shadows of Moria, that is the best way to describe it. There are dwarves here, yes, the Longbeard clan. There's a huge clan. They had others come and help them. But the dwarves you see don't look happy when they see any of you. They look defeated, each and every one of them. And you know they've been here for well over half a decade now, fighting against the orcs and the goblins and whatever Durin's Bane might be, reclaiming Moria hallway by hallway, room by room. Large portions of the city have not been reclaimed. The stairway, yes, and where they lead you through, yes. But the dwarf is always keeping you silent. He keeps the horses silent. He keeps it so that way any sound you make is muffled. He's told you already where he's taking you. The one place that you could call almost a sanctuary in Moria. The one place where the dwarf influence is the strongest. Where Balin has made his stronghold. Yes, Lionel, save you do still take 1 point of shadow. And as this dwarf leads you through the hallways and up the stairs, and your horses are eventually taken from you to be fed by other dwarves, you all stand before a great door. And the dwarf pushes them open. He says, Balin has been waiting for you. This is your audience. You are from Radagast, so you know more than I do. And he steps to the side, and he beckons for all of you guys to enter into the audience chamber. And I assume you all enter?
Definitely.
The audience chamber is not anything spectacular. Balin is an old dwarf, a very, very, very old dwarf. He was old during the Battle of the Five Armies. He was old when Smog came down and took the Lonely Mountain. He was old when Thorn was born. He's seen so much of the world, so much of the shadow, and has suffered so much, especially here as attempts to reclaim Moria. And so when you see Balin's tomb, it's only logical that the man would have died. A few other dwarves stand around it. They are silent. They are sitting on makeshift chairs of wood and stone before the tomb. If you look to the left, you can see where there's a well, and the well just goes deep, deep, deep into the earth. And there's some kind of window that has some kind of mystical light behind it, and that beam of light just hits Balin's tomb. As you guys walk in, the 4 dwarves look up to you and they say, we expected you to be here sooner. 5 when Radagast sent his letter. So long.
Torsten would just quietly say, "The road was long, and it has weighed heavy on us all." And he would look, not only feel how he feels, but he would look to his friend Eelman and see that he is suffering to the shadow, as he can feel that he almost is.
A long road, I can understand. It's dark out there. But it's even darker in here. Radagast said you'd be here to find something that could give us a chance to fight back. Balin took his last breath waiting for it. We buried him 2 days ago. And when he says that, you, Barley, would know instantly that if you guys had been stopped by the bridge, and if you guys had been so waylaid by the weather beforehand, that you would have made it here in time before Balin would have died.
And I realize that, and I decide not to say anything because the men around me are so tired and so beleaguered. It's like I don't want them to know that we could have got here in time. And so I simply place a hand on this cold stone in front of me, and I look to this other dwarf and I say, "I'm sorry, we came as quickly as we could. Hopefully we can still be of some use."
Mayhaps, another dwarf said at the end of the line. This man is clearly just grizzled and battle-scarred. His left arm is missing. He has an axe in the other one. Radagast told you what you were coming for here, yes? What he called the beast that could consume shadow. Do you know what that beast is? Did he tell you anything or give you anything to tell you what it might look like?
Hama's eyes fall to the Dunedain of the group, Thorndeer. Oh, I think you're muted, Chris.
It's my turn. Yeah, Thorndeer, kind of realizing that the eyes are on him, he kind of laughs to himself. Yeah, he did. He said it would be a wolf.
A wolf. And another one speaks up. What do you mean, a wolf? Explain yourself. There's no wolf down here in the mines.
He's a wizard. Who knows what they mean? He could be speaking frankly, and it is the creature, a wolf, but it could mean anything. It could be a parable, someone who is posing as something that they are not. A predator. Is there anything like that stands out? Something that is quite deadly in here?
A predator, the one-armed dwarf says. There are plenty of those here. Durin's Bane being the biggest and the ugliest. The dwarves, the crows, the orcs, the trolls, the goblins.
I don't mean
No,
anything mundane. Something different.
Maybe at this point,
Nothing.
Torsten would interrupt at this point and say, "This is not a beast like that. This is a beast that eats shadow."
I ain't seen no beast that eats shadow. And then the one-armed dwarf spits on the ground. The other three are silent for right now.
Radagast did give us this. And I pull out the scroll. The wolf was mentioned here. Something about a werewolf. And I would show him the scroll.
And as you bring the scroll to the four dwarfs, the fourth dwarf who had yet to speak this entire time, he's the oldest looking of them all. He looks up, and from underneath these just massively bushy brows, he sees a scroll And he looks to you and he says, werewolf, Rose.
I could only pick the word out here and there. I couldn't make sense of it.
They look at the scroll. They obviously can't read it. They look at it for a long time. But the old man, the old dwarf, I should say, he's more curious. And he looks to you and he says, you said you can read this. Is there anything else about it you could tell us? Anything?
I think I would have to take another look at it with everything that's happened these past few weeks. And I would kind of read over it maybe just a little closer now that, we're here in the mines.
And when you do, like I mentioned in the side chat, not only do you pick up the words of elf and princess, you pick out more. You pick out words like love and wedding, marriage, words like tragedy and shadow and curse and redemption. You can't piece them together yet. You still can't fill in the blanks. You can only pick out these what seem to be themes so far as you look at the scroll once more.
The scroll seems to follow a typical story, not unlike children's tales or told throughout various cultures. And see here, princess and elf. They're werewolf.
Barley sort of
seems to.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it seems to brighten at the end. This looks like redemption here near the end of the scroll.
Barley sort of speaks up. He hasn't looked at the scroll much. And he sort of says, I've got an eye for stories as well. I think you're onto something. Marquise, is there any way that I can use my proficiency in riddle to give us a little hinty hint?
Go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. Ooh. So that'll be, I got a +3 on riddle, so that'll be an 18.
Perfect. You begin to put these ideas into your head, and it's as if you're solving a riddle right now, because essentially what you're doing is you're solving a riddle. You're trying to put together these pieces of the puzzle: redemption, shadow, elf, wolf. And you begin to realize that this is a story of the werewolf, of its redemption somehow, of a werewolf who found love with a princess. Now, you know the stories of werewolves, and this isn't like this changes as shapeshifters. No, a werewolf was just a giant, essentially a giant sentient wolf with evil in it, who served the first Dark Lord, the one spoken of only in the most hushed stories before sound was ever a thing. And as you begin to realize that this is a story between a werewolf's love and an elven princess, do you say anything, Barley?
I look at Eomund and I say, it is about redemption. It's about a werewolf falling in love with a princess. But it's a creature of shadow. I can't quite piece it together.
And as you say that, Thorn, dear, the vision you had earlier comes back to your mind. The very end of it, with the woman underground in the dark tunnel and the wolf and her body and it howling. And you blink for a second, Thorndy, and you can see these massive doors surrounded by darkness with bodies in front of it. And you can hear the breathing of something inside. And you realize, Thorn, dear, that now that you realize what the story is and what the scroll is, an idea what you're looking for, you realize that you at least know the general location location of where in Moria this thing is.
Do you have a map? Something to indicate the tunnels?
A map? No, but and this is the oldest dwarf speaking. We could send you with some guides. It is dangerous, no matter where you go. We can send you with some people who can take you, and hopefully defend you.
There are few places that I can think of that a wolf would find a den. Sooner we get this done, perhaps the sooner we can return to our homes.
Then you know where it is, the one-armed dwarf says.
I think so.
And he stands when you say that, and he hefts up his axe, and he puts it on his shoulder, and he says that I'm going with you, and I'm taking my best, too, unless you three have any objections. And the other three dwarves look at him, and they shake their head no, and he says, now, what is this place like?
It would be a door, old, covered in markings. I assume them to be dwarven, but I can't be sure. Given the tale, it could even be elven. People have died near there.
Dwarf people? Goblin people? How do you even know these things?
I think Hama would speak up. He is a man of the Dunedain. He knows many things.
And the dwarf looks at you, he kind of sneers for a second, but he looks back to the Dunedain and he says, I'll believe it. I'll take it. I'll take any weapon I can get if it means we can fight against these bastards. And when he says that, you can tell from the shadows on his face that this man, much like Hama and much like Elman, has also fallen into the shadow, into corruption, into anger and brutality. He takes a step forward and he says, and take your weapons and be ready. We'll leave soon. And what do the rest of you do when he says this? And as you have at least maybe 30 minutes or so to interact with each other, to prepare yourselves to go deep into Moria to find this beast that consumes shadow.
I look over my companions, these men that I've spent the last, at this point, couple of months with, traveling across the land. These men that I now consider to be my brothers. And I see just the shadows. I see the lines of weariness on their faces. And I just say, we've come this far. It's time to finish the job we set out to do. And maybe there's sunlight at the end of this for us. If we just press on.
Look, I don't know what to expect when we find the beast. We know it eats shadow, but the extent of it, I don't know. In some ways, all of us have let the shadow find and exploit our weaknesses. Even I am not immune to it, and I know this. There's a solid chance that when we find it, we will look like meals. Just be ready. And Thoradin will pull out his pipe with the last little bit of long bottom leaf that he's been kind of squirreling away. He packs it into the pipe, takes a drag and passes it along.
I think, would you pass it along to Hama?
Whoever would be next in line. I think Hama would probably be the next person.
Hama will take a pull from the pipe and continue passing.
Yeoman will take a pull from the pipe In all the stories I've heard, and in all the stories I've told, one thing that I've learned is that sometimes there are characters in the stories that only serve to move the story along. We may not be the heroes in this story, but perhaps we are characters in the greater story, in the war against the shadow. And I'm okay with that. And I will pass it on to Torstein.
Torsten takes the pipe. He takes a drag from it. He thinks on the words of Barley and Thorindir. And he's brought back to when he was in the training yards in Dale with the sword masters there. He remembers the one sword master that was always so hard on him, knocking him down, never letting him quit when he would want to. He's not thought of that man who's been dead many years, Bjorn. But as Barley spoke, he remembered him. One of the things the old bastard would say would be, despite how much shadow might be around you, never give in. Always embrace that little bit of light. And that is what Bailey said. And that is what Torsten will do. Because he too is a swords master of Dale. And he hands the pipe to Barley.
Barley takes the pipe and takes a long drag off of it and then passes it to Eamond. You all right?
And so you make your final preparations, smoking together in a circle as a fellowship ought to do. For what may be the last time, old one-armed dwarf appears again, with axe on his shoulder. He has with him a contingent of 15 more dwarves. Each one is well armored. Each one is well equipped. Each one looks as brutally corrupted as the main one is. These dwarves are angry. These dwarves have almost turned wicked completely. The one-armed dwarf looks to you, all of you, and he's, let's go. And you guys go. And you descend into a place, a deep, dark place, where things that should have never been disturbed have been disturbed. You go through tunnels quietly, as quietly as you possibly can. You listen. And soon, dwarf, he tells you that you are now outside of range of safety. You're no longer in the reclaimed tunnels. You're in goblin tunnels now, orc tunnels now, where trolls lurk, and where Durin's Bane sleeps. You guys can see dead bodies everywhere, the skeletons of dwarves and orc alike mingled together on the stairways, some of them filling the deep crevices. You guys keep going darker and deeper and deeper and darker until you're standing in a great hallway. The pillars, massive and beautifully and intricately shaped, but each one clawed and bloodied. And they yawn above all of you, and you can't even see the roof of this hallway. The darkness just devours it all. You see Dunedain, you see Thorndir, you see dozens upon dozens of corpses, skeletons built up into great piles before a massive door with elven writing on it. As you go ahead.
And I think it's one of those things that we're kind of following the dwarves' lead, and it's almost as if we're about to walk past the room when the door finally catches the look, or the Thorindir's eyes, and he reaches over and he pats probably Barley, and he begins walking towards these corpse piles, almost tripping over one of them just to get past. This is it. I've seen it before.
So this is it, one of the dwarves says. And before anyone can answer, the faintest sound comes to your ears. This dun, 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 dun. Breathing? No. Rumbling? No. And then all of you realize it, and the dwarf turns and he looks into the infinite darkness behind you all. And he says a line that will be said again in a situation just as dark as this. And he says, there are drums. Deep, deep. There are drums in the deep. And the other dwarves grow antsy and they grow anxious and they grow afraid. And you can see the shadow on their face manifesting as fear and anger. And they draw their weapons. He looks up to you all and he says, they're coming.
Who's coming?
The orcs, you blighted fools. Durin's Bane's hosts, they're coming. And he has the axe in his hand now, and he's almost frothing at the mouth of how angry he is. And he looks back to you and says, can you get through that damned door?
Yes. And he throws his bow to this pile of corpses and immediately runs over to the door and starts running his hands over the elven script, trying to find any words that stand out, any clues as to what the trick to this door is. There's always a trick to doors like these.
As you run your hands over it, what is the rest of you guys doing?
I will follow Thorindir and I will aid him as much as possible.
I think Hama would do the same thing.
Torsten, there's a sound of steel on leather as Torsten draws his broadsword and turns to the back to serve as some sort of rear guard for the others as they try to get this door open.
A similar, slightly higher metallic ring as Ailman draws his long sword and posts kind of across, like not right next to Torsten, but where they're kind of on opposite sides, I guess, kind of watching both sides.
Perfect. With that being said, the three of you working your hands over the doorway, it's hard at first, you can't find anything clear, but the riddle comes into you guys' heads again, the idea of the love and the marriage. And saying a word in Elvish, you don't have to say the actual Elvish word, but what the word would mean. Tell me, Thorindir, what is the word that opens up this door? God damn it, Matt.
He kind of stumbles through the carvings, feeling out the riddle, and he thinks, and he starts to mumble to himself. He goes, redemption, no. Hope, no, that's not it. Love, it's love. Kula.
And as you say it, there's a creak and a crack and then a thunderous sound as the door just slightly opens inwards and then swings. And this great rush of air hits all of you. And this deep rumbling sound comes from this tunnel that leads into the darkness.
Barley sort of whoops, like, woo! And like claps Thorindir on the back, just so excited that they got the door open. And then he sort of sees Thorindir's look and he says, sorry, just excited. We got it open.
No, of course. We have to get it out now. We can sure use something that would love to devour orcs at this point.
Then hurry up and get the fuck in there and find out what it is, the one-armed dwarf shouts at all of you.
You hear the sound of blade against scabbard as Hama arms himself and raises a large, beautifully crimson but obviously well-worn shield to defend himself. He also is now on his head wearing a very, very regal-looking, plumed, with kind of a horsehair mane helm, with horse, the face of a horse, kind of running down the nose guard, and he stands ready to protect his friends.
Ailmond, of course, dons similar shield and helm.
Barley draws out his short bow, nocks an arrow, and prepares to follow.
Do any of you stay outside with the company of dwarves?
No. Thorndeer, in his rush, even leaves his short bow behind.
Alrighty then.
Hama would actually know. He would tell everyone to get in there and get whatever they need to, but he's ready to defend them at the gate.
Yeah, and I would Torsten would be standing near beside you, Hama, saying the same thing. Quickly, get in.
As Ailmond passes through the door, he pauses for a moment, placing one hand on Hama's shoulder and just doesn't say a word, just looks at him and gives a curt nod before proceeding into the room or through the doors.
He'll look at you and he'll say, "I never got to see the White City. See the White City for me."
And for the first time in weeks, and it's forced, but for the first time in weeks, Ailmond and clangs his sword against his shield as he charges in. The last thing you see is the flash of his white teeth and his maned helm as he disappears in through the door.
And I think Hama would begin smashing his sword against his shield rhythmically, in an attempt to whoever's out there to do the same.
And as you do that, and the dwarves, they do join you. They actually rally behind you, Hama. And just the sound of clattering steel on steel as they begin to beat their shields is the background soundtrack as the other three rush down this dark tunnel for what seems like ages. And then at the end of it, the three of you see this glint of silver gray light. You get closer and closer, and then finally you step into it through this great archway. And inside you see a scene I don't think any of you could have imagined. See, there's no torches in here. There's no windows, there's no glass, but there's a light, an ethereal fairy light, an elven light of stars. In fact, it's as if stars just cover the entire domed ceiling, raining down silver around you. That rumbling I mentioned earlier coming from in here, you know what it is now. It lies curled around a tomb of stone. It is bigger than any wolf any of you have ever seen, bigger than any horse. It's as big as they say when he attacked the Lonely Mountain. The werewolf is gargantuan, and it lays curled around the tomb sleeping. And as you all enter, its breathing changes. This low growl comes from its throat. It stirs. And slowly, one of the eyes opens. And underneath the silver light, the silver-furred wolf, its eye appears like the moon itself looking at you guys. What are your three actions as you see this thing wake up and stare at you?
I look first at Thorndeer and Eamond, my eyes wide, and then I turn to this creature bigger than anything I've ever seen. and I simply say, hello.
And it begins to rise, and its shadow looms over all of you. Its head shaking back and forth as it gets the sleep out of it. It takes in this deep breath, and its eyes go straight to you, Eomund, and its head lowers. You dare bring the stench of shadow into my tomb.
I imagine Eomund to be staring at this thing as it rises and even as it addresses him. And I'm gonna mix visual and literary metaphors here, but that scene in Willow when Mad Mardigan sees the big two-headed Ebersisk, and he turns around and he's got his helm and he's just kind of looking up like, oh, and that's all Eomund can do is just stare up at this thing, and maybe when it addresses him, he just and words escape him.
It sniffs again. And I smell. You are servants of Morgoth. Why do you come to me? You disturb me.
No, we do not serve the shadow. We wish to beat back the shadow. But you see, we've faced the shadow. And so we carry its taint. We carry the curse of the shadow. But we're strong enough to carry it and keep fighting.
Strong enough to carry his song. And he moves his snout from Barley, and he moves it from Eomund, and he goes to you, Thorndeer, and you smell of Numenor. Shadow.
Yes, the shadow has grown strong. There are not ones like yourself that have the power to devour it. Without that, the shadow has grown and infected like a plague amongst our people. Some are showing early conditions, like myself, my companions, but there are others who are more permanently altered. We need your help. We need to turn back the shadow.
My help? Why should I help you when no man, when no Numenorian helped her? And he turns his head, and his entire body moves with this great weight, and he steps around the back of the coffin, and he puts one massive paw as big as a wagon on top of it. Why should I care about your shadow when you fail to devour it yourselves? And before any of you can answer, the scene switches. You see it first, Torstein, you and the one-armed dwarf. That faint glint of firelight so deep down in the tunnels of Moria. And you can hear something crawling towards you as the drums get louder and louder and louder. And you can hear the chattering and the laughing and the roaring and the gibbling and the gurgling of orc voices. Hama, just a moment later, you hear it too. The jaws are practically frothing at the mouth with anger and bloodlust. It's almost as if you're standing in a contingent of orcs yourselves. Torstein, Hama, what is your two's reaction as you realize what's coming to face you and as you realize what you will have to do to defend this gate?
Now, when you say what's coming to face us, you mean just a massive swarm of goblins?
Yes, and you can't quite see them yet, but you can definitely just hear them getting closer and closer.
For sure. I don't think we mentioned it unless I didn't hear, but is Felaroth still around?
She is not.
Okay, I imagine not. Then I think that Hama would just keep drumming until I don't know, what do you think, Tolstein? Until the goblins get to a point where we can stop them from reaching the gate? Fight out a little bit in front to buy some time for our friends?
Definitely. And Torstein would not normally do this, but as you start tapping your shield with your sword, he does the exact same thing in hopes of getting everyone's morale up, knowing that what we're going to face. But where most people, he has that sense of fear, but it's a fear that he's come to. He's harnessed this fear. This is what he has trained to do since he could walk, to fight, to kill the shadow. So this is right where he wants to be. And even if he dies here this day, he'll die what he was meant to do. So he would just look at you and say, "We've not known each other long, but may we die with honor in defeating the shadow and give our friends the time that they need."
I think that Hama would speak up and say, "We were the ones that showed up. No elves, no dwarves. It was men of the West that stood against the shadow here." And he raises his sword. I imagine the dwarves can't hear what he's saying because they're so angry and it's so loud and reverberating, and we're just next to each other.
Perfect, I love it. So here's
These
how it's
dwarves
gonna
are a
work.
bunch of pansies. Let it be known. The dwarves suck.
Dwarves suck, man. Men rule. But no. Here's how it's gonna work. Every round of initiative, you're gonna roll a d20 as if you make an attack roll. Little, just an attack roll. If you get below a 15, you'll take damage. No matter what you roll, you'll still kill orcs as they come down and swarm you guys. When you roll your damage roll for your weapons, including your modifier, that's how many orcs you're essentially killing, right? If that makes sense. That all makes sense?
It certainly does.
All right, good. With that being said, the music stops. The drums, they stop. You're surrounded by blackness. And then it all just explodes into motion, almost as if you're on that bridge again when that lightning fell Torstein. Just orc after goblin crawling down the pillars, just in massive hordes coming out from the darkness. They smell blood and they are lusted after it. They smell shadow and they want to consume it and make it theirs. They're almost in a religious fury as they attack you guys. And as this great wave just smashes into you guys, go ahead and make your first attack roll towards scene, and you make yours as well, Barker. Put it into the side chat, and we're going to switch scenes real quick. The great werewolf lowers his head, and he's still staring at you with bared fangs. If you are not agents of shadow, then you prove Prove it to me. This one. And his paw just lightly taps the coffin. Learn that shadow is not clever. It is blunt. It is vicious. So I will ask each of you, a riddle. If you have the wit, the strength that you claim that you do, then you will be able to convince me. And if not, I will consume you. And he awaits your replies to that.
What was that, Marquise? I think you cut out there.
I said he awaits your replies to that, if you caught his little speech there.
Barley will sort of again look to his comrades, and then he steps forward, which is very difficult just with the size of this thing. Him stepping forward essentially puts him underneath this thing's jaws. But he steps forward, and keeping his eye on this massive creature, he brings his traveling bag and he flips open the top, unbuckles it, and he starts rummaging through. And he brings out a simple folded up sheet of parchment, and he unfurls it. Here. This is, it's a letter from my family. I spend a lot of time on the road, but I have a wife, and I have children. Back in Bree, that's the town I'm from. This letter, it's from them, and it talks about how much they miss me and how much they love me. I hold on to this letter, and anytime the shadow gets to be too much, I unfold it and I read it, and I can hear their voices. This shows the shadow hasn't consumed me. And he's just holding it up to this wolf, not sure if the wolf can read it, but he shows the ink on this page, on this letter, all the same.
He doesn't read it with his eyes. He takes that deep and he smells it. And he says to you, I have been lied to before. You will answer me this riddle, and then I will tell you if this is lie or truth.
Nase. The elven word for a hesitant yes emerges from Theoden.
He pulls back, and he actually sits back. He sits back on his haunches, so he's still towering over all of you. This great silver werewolf, and he begins to recite. His eyes actually staring listlessly into space, as if he's just having some good memory right now. And he says, I come to bedsides, bridges, battlefronts, and crumbling ridges. Alone, and I tap a shoulder, and then I am gone. What is it I?
Barley listens to the whole riddle, and he sort of takes in a breath and looks to his companions. Not one I've heard before. I have some ideas, but I'm not sure how many guesses he's going to give us.
1.
1. I'll go ahead and roll my riddle, if I could, for a hint, Marquise.
Right, go ahead. And if anyone wants to help him, they can.
That's a nat 20.
Oh, nat 20. All right.
So that'll give me 22 total, if that matters.
Before Ailman gives his answer, the hint that I can give you is that given what he said, you know that this is something that is not physical. It's not something that actually exists as like a person or even like a wraith. It's something metaphysical that's coming to visit you at these ominous places.
Barley says to Thorindir and Eomund, I think it's either death or fear.
I'm afraid I'm not much good with riddles. But if it was death, I don't think it would tap a shoulder and then be gone.
I was inclined myself to think that it was death.
The reason I think it's death instead of fear is because death is so sudden and fear is lasting.
I have to agree with you, Barley. I think we've all felt that presence on icy bridges, at bedsides, battlefronts, and crumbling ridges. But we've all so far escaped the tap. But the fear, and I would kind of look up at this wolf again, the fear has not gone anywhere.
What is your answer?
Barley sort of looks at Thorindir. I think it's death. But we only have one guess.
Now, I cut out for a few minutes there. Was that one guess each or one guess as the group?
One guess as a group.
I think it's one guess.
That was worth a shot.
Thorindir just kind of looks to you and he says, perhaps if the riddle involved remedies, I could be of more use.
Thorindir,
We'll trust you this time, Barley.
we would not have made it here were it not for you. This is one of the few things I happen to be good at. He steps forward. We have our answer.
Speak.
The answer to the riddle. He comes to bedsides, icy bridges, battlefronts, crumbling ridges. When he comes in, he comes alone, taps a shoulder, then is gone. Is death.
When your answer is... And before he tells you if it's right or wrong, the scene quickly cuts away.
You son of a bitch.
I want you to describe for me, Torstein. You've killed a lot of orcs given the damage you've rolled. Describe for me the battle from your perspective so far.
Well, it's not really a battle for Hama and Torsten, it's more of this elegant dance that they've engaged in. They are weaving and sweeping with each other. It's as though they've fought side by side for years and not only met, weeks ago. When a blow is just about to hit Torsten, Hama's shield comes in, and likewise, and they just kind of cutting this swath through there. The blade that Torsten swings, he calls it Svir, and he seems to just sing as it's cutting through orc after orc. Blood is just covering the blade and Torsten himself.
And Hama, from your perspective, how goes the battle?
Basically the same thing. One thing I will add, though, is a strikingly exciting moment when a goblin chieftain was trying to thrust a scimitar into Hama's back while he was defending himself from another attack across the way, an arrow attack. His shield is now just battered with arrows. When actually Tolston stabbed the goblin just right next to Hama's side, basically saving his life. And so that was probably a more exciting moment in the combat. But absolutely a futile battle, but it definitely, I don't think we would have gone this far without the dwarves.
True, and the dwarves are fighting their best, but the beginning of the fall, one by one, one gets stabbed to the throat and falls to the ground gurgling, another one catches an arrow to the eye, but they're still fighting hard, effectively. That is, until something comes rumbling in all of you. You see in the background, orcs just go flying in the air this way and that way, and you hear anger, and you hear screaming. And then the cave troll comes bursting onto the scene. There's a massive club in its hand, its body covered in just pieces of armor, a great chain wrapped around its throat, broken, is hanging off, and it takes its club down. And you see the one-armed dwarf curse at it, and then the club comes down and smashes him into the ground. Both of you, please make attack rolls and then roll damage and put the numbers in the side chat as the scene cuts away again. The wolf is over you people, you three. Your answer is correct. I will ask you again. Shadow carriers. You answer this right, then maybe I will believe. So tell me, what am I? I have no mind or soul. I've been eternally attached since man's dawn. My kind disappear on and off. Everyone, I accompany them to their death. And buried with them, then I hide away when the casket shuts. What am I? And then again, as usual, he sits back and waits for your answers. Yes, Matt, you can. Okay. So I guess Mileage is like, man, what the hell did he just say to me? This time. Oh, go ahead, Aemond.
I think Aemond would begin to kind of he would put a hand on Barley's shoulder. You were the first to figure out the first one. You seem to be in your element here. You've got this. and I'm going to use what's it called? Warden's Gift again, and give you a D6 to add to your roll as a inspiration.
Cool. I rolled a 3, so that'll get me a total of 19 on my riddle roll.
Very good. You think about it. You search your mind for it through all your travels, through the answer to this riddle. And the answers you're coming to are phantasmagoric at best. They're loose. They're not metaphysical, but they're not things of substance. They're not like rocks or stones. He's not saying he's anything like a mountain or a forest. He's saying he's something much more integral to people, something much more deeper and connected to people. And you can tell, especially from his anger, that this is something related to him.
Barley, you seem at a loss, my friend. But I feel very strongly that not the ominous presence that we've been dealing with, but the more mundane form of this may be the answer. I think the answer is shadow.
Barley looks at Ammond. Yeah, I think you're right. Since man's dawn, I hide away when the casket's shut. There can be no shadow in total darkness.
They disappear on and off. No mind, no soul. Thorindir,
It makes sense.
Yes, I think that's it.
this time Aomund will step forward. Will look up at the wolf, remove his helm, glance back once more at Barley as if just looking for assurance, and then say, the answer to your riddle is shadow.
The werewolf looks down to you, Eomund, and a long second pauses. And then slowly he lowers his head. And so his massive skull, his massive snout, the length of your body is right in front of you. And he sniffs. And he smells you. And he smells the shadow inside of you. Once upon a time, I was shadow. Once upon a time, I serve the same thing that those goblins do. And the wolf stands, rising to his full height, and his head moves to you towards the stone coffin, and he says to it, soon, my love, I will return. And the scene shifts. The battle is not going well any longer. Describe for me this time, starting with Hama, exactly what's happened with the arrival of the troll that's made things so dire. And what state are you in, Hama?
Sorry, I was muted. I think that Hama is in the fury of battle. I imagine he doesn't realize the true threat in the room. Probably until it's too late. I imagine he might get actually hit from the side or from the back or something like that. To alert him that the battle is, while it was going well originally, it's no longer, and the goblins are pushing closer and closer to the gate.
And you look up Hama and you see Torstein. Torstein, you've taken significant damage. You've taken 20 points of damage. And Torstein, as this troll and the goblins bear down on you, what has happened from your perspective with this battle?
For Torsten, the reality of the hopelessness of the situation is finally settling in on him. No matter how much skill he has, no matter how much he and Hama work together, there's just too many. For every one they strike down, two more are there. And now there's this great rock troll. He moves forward to protect a dwarf that's knocked down, and in the process, he's just buffeted aside, slamming against the a wall. He just hears ribs crack and pop within his chest. He tastes the blood in his mouth as he slowly, just through determination, pushes himself back up to his feet, locates Hama in the battlefield, and fights his way back towards him, the blood running down his chin. He knows it's not long before they will probably succumb to the darkness.
Not long indeed. As you fight your way back to Hama, you see now the Jors are gone. They've been eradicated. You're being surrounded, both of you, and no matter how hard you try to fight to get back to your compatriot, you're just surrounded. And you see Hama specifically, just orc after goblin after orc surrounding, the blades rising and falling on him just as they do on you. And then something echoes throughout the entire hallway. Long and loud and terrifying. A howl of a wolf that shakes both of you down to your bones. And many of the orcs and the goblins stop moving and they look around confused. And you hear this rumbling, and this rumbling is getting louder as if something is rushing towards all of you from within the gate, as if this earthquake is approaching you, this great weight. And you hear this rapid fire breathing as it gets closer and closer and closer. And then it launches itself out through the gate, this massive dragon-sized werewolf directly through the hallway, landing with a thunderous crash. You see orcs and goblins go flying every which way, and you see the troll is taking off of the ground into this thing's fangs, just shorn around like a rag doll and thrown into the darkness as the werewolf sits back on his haunches and howls again, and the fear breaks the orcs as they shatter and they spread and they leave. And back inside at the tomb, just moments ago, the wolf looked to you all and he said, "I will believe you, and I will consume this shadow." And the next thing you three knew, he had leapt over you all through starlight and darkness and rushed to the battlefield. And as everything is broken, as the orcs are pushed back, and as our ragtag fellowship is left in the aftermath, we're going to go ahead and move to ending narration. I won't say what happened to the beast that consumed Shadow. I won't tell you what happens later on in the mines of Moria. It's up to you whether you guys live or die today or another day or someday far flung in the future. But at some point, a book is written about this, much like the Red Book of Westmarch. And in it, that book just mentions a few things about each of you. So starting with you, Barley, Riddle Master, What does the book say about you when it is written after all this is said and done?
The book talks about a simple but somewhat alluring man dressed in dirty traveling gear who came to Moria as an emissary and left as a battler of shadow, a champion against the darkness, a master of riddles, and a brother to 4 other travelers. And it might mention his wry smile or his overdependence on long bottom leaf or his honey sweet voice. Or it might also mention that when he left Moria, he went straight back to Bree, to a family whose letter no doubt saved his life.
Beautiful. Torsten, whether you lived and died in the mines or you lived and died in a later battle, what does the book say about you in the end?
Torsten, son of Torfin, sword master of the Dale. It says that he was a man that participated in something that he shouldn't have. The unnamed hero. It should have been his brother that had gone, but he had gone in his stead. Companion, stalwart shield man. It speaks of his trips to Rohan and his friendship with Hama and his younger brother, Ealmund, something that would go on for years. That's what it would say about Torsten.
I love it. Next, we have Ealmund. Ealmund, is unknown if you ever recovered from the shadow, and your date of death is lost. But what does the book say about you?
In the book, there is one chapter that tells, it's a short chapter that tells the story of a fellowship of 5, though in this chapter only 4 are highlighted: Hama, Thorindir, Torsten, and Barley. And near the end of this chapter that talks of their journey, there is a telling of Balric the Brave, the rider of Rohan, that is said to have walked across the backs of horses wielding 2 great swords, cutting through the orcs. But the only mention of Eoman, son of Raohar, is in the byline of this story. It simply says, as told in the oral tradition by Eoman, son of Raohar. And that is the last anybody ever heard of Ealmund.
Perfect. Next, we have Thorindir of the North, Dunedain and scholar. What will the book say about you?
The books mention traveling with his companions and the final bits of before he left, returning back to the north, but exact details are not really known. This particular copy has some scrawling in the side panels of pages, notes, trying to find where this Dundane and his family came from. There's a roughly hewn map on the last page, the filler pages of the book, really, and a mark. A clever reader might figure that that would be where the Dundane was last found, where he spent his final days.
Perfect. And so, in the last few pages on the fellowship that found the beast that consumed Shadow, it speaks of Hama, of Rohan. And Hama, what do these last few pages say about you, if anything at all?
Actually, very little. The last few pages are reserved for the names of the dead, the names of the fallen dead, whether known or unknown. But Hama would be reminded before he died at the battle of a little boy, Hama, son of Rethel, fighting with a wooden sword through the fields of the Westfold, and his father there farming, tending to the field. As young Hama would say, "Someday, Dad, you and me, we're going to fight together, and our books, or our names will live on in the annals of history. You and me, Dad." And his father would say, "Son, Hama, your father, I'm just a farmer." Those books are reserved for names like Hammerhand and Theoden, and who knows, perhaps Hama. And Hama would be so excited and continue playing. And he would be endlessly sad that his father would be right, that he was not made for the books. So it is that perfect ending of Hama's life, that he could bring glories to his father, that the only words written in this book about him are under the names of fallen dead, Hama, son of Rethel, whose name finally made it into the annals.
Perfect. And with that, the book closes. And thus ends the Adventures in Middle-earth one-shot, The Beast That Eats Shadow. I hope that everyone who watched did enjoy the game. We'll do some outros here in a second. I had a fantastic time running this. I loved you guys at the fellowship. You guys are all 10 out of 10. So that being said, we're going to go and take us out of here. So we're just going to start the same order we just did. So Matt, if you want to plug anything you want, if you please, one thought on the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm Matt. I run the channel A Fistful of Dice, and I write RPG books over at absolutetabletop.com. I had an absolute blast. I really like this system. This is my first time playing it. I've been reading the book for a couple months now, and like, you just did an awesome job, like, making it feel like Middle-earth, Marquise. And I know the system, like, definitely helps with that, but it's a GM who understands the lore and sort of the feel of a Tolkien world to get that across. So I had a really great time, and I had an awesome time playing with these guys. All these guys are awesome players. I played with you all before, and I can't wait to play with you all again. And I'm actually running my own Adventures in Middle-earth game next week, so that'll be fun as well. Thanks again, Marcus.
You guys do catch up. Not a problem, man. Glad you loved it. Next we have my good friend Lionel. So go ahead, Lionel, if you would plug anything you want, and one thought.
I am Lionel, and one thing I could plug from the game, I hate limiting it to one, but I just gotta say, compelling story. It was just from like the beginning of the adventure till the end. It was compelling, and it was awesome, and all y'all made it really compelling for me. And Marquise, awesome storytelling. I think you found this is like your jam, man. Yeah, I love it, and I would encourage anybody, if they have the opportunity to play a little bit of Adventures in Middle-earth, give it a shot, man. It's really fun.
It is very fun. I'm glad you did enjoy it, Lionel. Next we have Jake. So go ahead, Jake.
I am Jake of Mini Terrain Domain, Fat Jake to Fit Jake, something RPG-ish, and whatever other things I overload myself with. This was absolutely phenomenal to get to play with this particular fellowship, and under the lore mastering of Marquise. Man, you hit all of the perfect. You had an original story, but you hit all of the touchstones that made it feel like Middle-earth. As I said at the break, I've never played in a Middle-earth game before. This is my first time. But of course I know Lord of the Rings. Not nearly as well as some people, but this just felt so visceral especially for me when we were in the mines, and just that description and knowing from Lord of the Rings, knowing exactly what room we were in, kind of made it just much more real for me. And dude, that wolf voice, man, that wolf voice. Oh man. Yeah, that was super sexy. Super sexy wolf. But yeah, I absolutely had a blast playing with everybody, and just the interplay between our characters. I've never been so pleased to play in a game where I never once rolled to hit.
Yep.
Rolling for hit is for weak people, duh. But no, I'm glad you liked it, and thank you for the voice compliment, because I was super nervous that voice is going to come out really bad. But other than that, okay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I think as far as like the mechanics go, one of the things that is not necessarily like 100% your control, but you selected the things inside there that I thought was really cool was the actual journey mechanics themselves. There was a lot of things that did not get included that are kind of cool options. Like we didn't feature any of the hunter stuff, but like there's encounters that are as simple as, oh, a deer pops out in front of you. You have to make checks to try and capture it. It's like a little mini skill challenge to you find in a encampment that got abandoned and it could be poisoned, and you got to sort yourself through that. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff inside there. So I would definitely look more into that if you're looking for L5R, because I think the journey mechanic, or not L5R, if you're looking for Lord of the Rings, because I think the journey mechanic really gave it that feel. I would almost think that, I know that you originally kind of cut down how many encounters we were going to have during the journey. I almost think that the more encounters, the more like the actual trilogy that it would feel like.
I agree with that. Because originally, for those watching, I had 7 encounters because I rolled the max amount due to some unfortunate rolls from our guide's part before the game began. But I had to cut that down to about half of that because I was like, there's no way we'll make it through 7 encounters in one shot. Yeah. But that being said, glad you enjoyed it. And then last but certainly not least, we have my fellow Middle-earth nerd, Barker. So go ahead and take us out, man.
Awesome, man. We'll do. I always hate giving Marquise compliments in public, so we'll just let this one slide as the one time and one time only. But in all seriousness, I think I'm pretty good at getting immersed on my own. I think if I know the world, if we're talking Eberron or Enkea or Aeronoth or Middle-earth, Star Wars, I feel like I'm pretty good at being able to start off immersed and ready to go. But how quickly it's easy for me to come out of that immersion, especially in a game like Star Wars or Middle-earth, whose settings are largely already written. It's very difficult to play in Middle-earth, like we were talking earlier, in the Third Age or earlier, because you can really only do so much epic, heroic stuff before you realize that, listen, like we're messing with a lot of established canon that you really can't futz with in role-playing. That said, I was not one time pulled out of the immersion of Middle-earth. This is a very uncommon thing, and I haven't played a lot of Middle-earth games, but I know for a fact it's uncommon to have a group of players alongside a storyteller that can make a Middle-earth game feel like Middle-earth. It is, I think, the most difficult thing to do in role-playing games, and I think this one shot nailed it. I think you had just enough Middle-earth tropes. I think the skill challenge felt like the passive Caradhras and Fellowship of the Ring. You have lightning strikes, raging rivers, you have crazy stuff going on, and it's just this massive, surreal, overly fantastical obstacle in your way. That felt like Middle-earth. Moria felt like Middle-earth. Seeing Balin's tomb, feeling like you're about to get brain screwed, I think someone said, by Galadriel, but it doesn't really happen so forcefully where you find Han Solo flying the Millennium Falcon in the Star Wars game. It never gets that dumb. It was the perfect amount of Middle-earth in the Middle-earth game, and way too much talking at the very end of the game by Barker. Absolutely phenomenal game by everybody, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you, all of you.
I'm glad you all enjoyed it then. Again, tonight I was Lore Master Marquise. This is my first time running the supplement. I will most certainly run more of it, hopefully with some of the guys in here again as well. Other than that, it's been a fun game, and I hope you guys stay inspired, and I'll catch you at the next one.